Chapter 33-34. The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Palace. After Pei Yuanji, who was walking side by side with Duan Lingtian, stopped moving, he looked up into the sky and his eyes narrowed abruptly as he said indifferently, "How impressive." Although Pei Yuanji's voice wasn't loud, it seemed to contain a special magical power, causing the Purgatory Hall Master Fang Qihan's gaze to immediately land on him. When he saw Pei Yuanji's appearance clearly, his expression changed greatly in an instant. The white-clad young man was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, whom even Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, could not deal with. Moreover, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven did not have the ability to kill Pei Yuanji. He could only imprison Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison. He remembered Pei Yuanji clearly. That time, when the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor captured this person and threw him into the Thousand Chains prison, it was this person who led the way to the third floor of the prison. Following Pei Yuanji's cold snort, the space around Purgatory Hall Master Fang Qihan began to tremble. Following that, an earthen yellow energy appeared. Before Fang Qihan and the dozen or so people he had brought with him could react, the khaki-colored energy had already swept out in all directions. It was as if it had turned into waves that swept towards them. Boom, boom, boom. A space-shaking force swept out from all directions, covering almost every area that it could reach, causing Fang Qihan and the others to instantly fall into a situation where they were surrounded on all sides. This is bad. What a powerful energy. Run. As the rolling energy and the vast aura of the Law of Earth swept towards them, the expressions of the dozen or so Purgatory Palace elders behind Fang Qihan changed drastically, and they all attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, swoosh. More than 10 elders of the Purgatory Palace made their moves. Like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each of them displayed their divine abilities. All kinds of laws and profundities were displayed. Among them, there was no lack of one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. However, even so, their attacks were like a rock sinking into the ocean, unable to cause even the slightest ripple when they faced the menacing earthen yellow energy. Fang Qihan, the Palace Master of the Purgatory Palace, hadn't made a move since the beginning. When the elders of the Purgatory Palace attacked, he had a pleading look on his face as he shouted, "Lord Pei, please show mercy. I will immediately bring my men back to the Purgatory Palace and will no longer interfere in your matters. Lord Pei, I beg you." The Hall Master of the Purgatory Palace, one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. However, even though Fang Qihan was begging for mercy, the surging waves of energy did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, they grew stronger and stronger as the waves of energy continued to pile on top of one another. No. When the forces from all directions collided, the despairing cries of Fang Qihan and the others could be heard. Boom. Rumble. The seemingly endless waves of energy that contained the law of Earth's profundities collided with each other, causing the void to tremble violently. It felt as though the void would shatter at any moment. However, just as everyone was shocked by the strength of the power was instantly annihilated as if it had never appeared. If it were not for the blood mist and spatial rings that fell from the sky, everyone would have thought that they were hallucinating. What terrifying control! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Pei Yuanji. Previously, he only knew Brother Pei was strong, but he did not expect Brother Pei to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen celestial emperors led by Fang Qihan, the Hall Master of the Purgatory Hall, were killed. Moreover, Fang Qihan was close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Gulp. At this moment, even Lian Qiu, who was hugging the white phantom fox, could not help but gulp. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Pei Yuanji. He knew how strong Fang Qihan was since he had fought Fang Qihan before. However, such a troublesome opponent was like a chicken in front of the white-robed young man before him, unable to withstand a single blow. "Let's go," Pei Yuanji said indifferently as everyone looked at him in awe. Then, he led the way to the next passage. A group of people followed after Pei Yuanji. "Let's go with Brother Pei." As for those who had just been punished in the Purgatory Palace and had the ability to resist, at this time, They all resisted and broke free from their restraints, chasing after Pei Yuanji and the others. The elders of the Purgatory Pavilion did not dare to stop these people even though they saw them fleeing. After all, they were not sure if Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, would make a move as well. After all, if Pei Yuanji made a move, they would definitely die. The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion was stronger than any of them, but he had still died earlier. At this moment, they were glad they did not follow the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have died as well. Senior Lian Qiu, let's leave with Brother Pei after we leave the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Lian Qiu. All right. Lian Qiu nodded. Apart from gratitude, there was also a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. My daughter. How is she now? Lian Qiu asked through voice transmission. She's doing well. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Lian Qiu's words. Initially, she wanted to come with me, but I thought it was too dangerous, so I asked her to wait for me in my hometown, the mundane realm. If we manage to escape from the boundless heaven, I'll bring you and Senior Duan Xian to my hometown, the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tenderness when he spoke about Huan Er. All right. Lian Qiu nodded. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He looked at the unconscious white phantom fox in his arms and thought to himself, Xian Er, we'll be reunited with our daughter soon. When you wake up, not only will you be able to see your daughter, but you'll also be able to see the son-in-law she found for us. This young man is very outstanding. Huan Er likes him, and I'm satisfied as well. Although Lian Qiu had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to settle down his daughter and risk his life to save them alone was enough to show that he was an extremely responsible young man. I don't know if there will be any blind fellows later. Ma Kai, the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor, said with a grin on his face when they were about to leave the Thousand Chains prison, Xian Bing, Old Pei, if there are any idiots later, don't send your powerhouses out. I'm itching for a fight as well. You're the only one who's itching for a fight. Ku Bai Lu, the Bai Lu Celestial Emperor, said snappily, do you think I'm not itching for a fight as well? All right, let's do it together later. However, Old Pei and Xian Bing can't do anything now. Ma Kai said. Although the atmosphere was rather relaxed now, it was only natural. Everyone, including Ma Kai and Ku Bai Lu, knew they could only relax in the Thousand Chains prison. After all, there were no titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Thousand Chains prison. However, things were different now that they had left the Thousand Chains prison. When they arrived at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Hall, they naturally attracted the attention of the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall quickly spotted Pei Yuanji, who was leading the group. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor? How did he get out? When the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall saw Pei Yuanji, they did not dare to approach Pei Yuanji. After all, they would only be courting death if they did. After all, Pei Yuanji was someone whom even the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not deal with. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? He's the seventh disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and Warden Shu's little junior brother. Why is he with Pei Yuanji? Moreover, he doesn't look like he's being held hostage by Pei Yuanji. He looks more like Pei Yuanji's best friend. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't have come to rescue Pei Yuanji, right? Even if he wants to save Pei Yuanji, he has to be strong enough to do so. How do you explain this situation? If he didn't save Pei Yuanji, why would Pei Yuanji come out at this time? Look, the other 5 titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor are behind Pei Yuanji as well. My goodness. All the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor have come out? Something's going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Should we report this? Report this. If you dare to leave the Internal Affairs Hall now, you'll be killed before you even reach the final square. Why don't you give it a try? Forget it. There were only a few elders on duty in the Internal Affairs Hall. When they saw Pei Yuanji and the others walking out of the final square, they did not dare to leave the final square. Things are going so smoothly. Immortal Emperor Ji Lei, Ma Kai, felt a little gloomy when he saw that no one from the Internal Affairs Hall had come out. The people from the Internal Affairs Hall of the Thousand Chains prison are not as tough as the people from the Purgatory Hall. The people from the Internal Affairs Hall are smarter than the people from the Purgatory Pavilion. Ku Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, said, "I'm used to it. Let's stop chatting. Now, let's focus. Once we break the formation in the final square and leave the Thousand Chains prison, we'll have to face the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace." Xue Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, said, "Due to the formation that separates the Thousand Chains prison from the 10,000 Chains prison, no one will know what's going on in there unless someone goes out to report it. At most, they'll know that someone has died in there through the shattering of their soul pearls. However, once we leave the Thousand Chains prison, our whereabouts will be exposed. At that time, all the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace will come out in full force." Chapter 33-35. There were 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if 2 of the titled Celestial Emperors were lured away by Duan Ling Tian, there would still be 7 titled Celestial Emperors left. However, there were only 6 titled Celestial Emperors among them. Naturally, there was another titled Celestial Emperor outside the Heavenly Pool Palace who was capable of holding back the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, there were 2 Ning dragons in Duan Lingtian's little world that were as powerful as an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. As long as they were careful, it would not be difficult for them to escape. The Plaza of Termination. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he arrived at the Plaza of Termination. This was the 4th time he had come to the Plaza of Termination. The first time was when he first arrived at the Thousand Chains prison. The second time was when he first left the Thousand Chains prison. The third time was when he entered the Thousand Chains prison a few days ago. This was the 4th time he had come. The Plaza of Termination was the last checkpoint to leave the Thousand Chains prison. It was also the most difficult checkpoint. In terms of strength, the barrier formation in the Plaza of Termination was only comparable to the formation on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison. However, there were many powerful killing formations that could injure or even severely injure titled Celestial Emperors. Those who were not titled Celestial Emperors would definitely die if they tried to force their way through the Plaza of Termination. Big Brother Pei, you and the other 5 seniors have to work together to break the formation in the Square of Termination. It's all up to you now. It's up to you now, Duan Lingtian said to Pei Yuanji. Before coming here, he had already told Pei Yuanji and the others about the method to break the formation in the Plaza of Termination that the world-cleansing divine water had imparted to him. All right. Pei Yuanji nodded. Then, he spoke to the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors and arranged their positions. When they all stood in their respective positions, Pei Yuanji's eyes suddenly focused, and then he shouted softly, "Begin." As soon as Pei Yuanji finished speaking, apart from Xianbing Celestial Emperor who emitted an extremely cold energy, Pei Yuanji and the other 4 Celestial Emperors emitted waves of rolling yellow energy. The Profound Ice Celestial Emperor was proficient in the law of ice and the law of earth. However, he was most proficient in the law of ice. Although his attainments in the law of earth were not bad, it was undoubtedly better to use the law of ice at this moment. As for Pei Yuanji's group of 5, other than the law of earth, they did not specialize in other laws. Therefore, when they needed to use offensive power, they could only use the law that was least suited for offensive power, the law of earth, because they had no other choice. Everyone, stay where you are. If anyone dares to move, kill without mercy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian summoned the 2 Ning dragons from his small world. They floated in the air and glared at the group behind him. Although there shouldn't be any problems with these people, in order to prevent anyone from disturbing Pei Yuanji and the others from breaking the formation, he still felt that it was better to be a little more careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Lian Qiu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had also sent his wife into his small world. At this moment, Sword Qi was revolving around his body. Similarly, he glared at the group of people behind him. Don't worry, brother. We won't allow anyone to disturb Lord Pei and the others from breaking the formation. A middle-aged burly man said with a grin on his face. That's right. Many people agreed with his words. If anyone dares to disturb Lord Pei and the others from breaking the formation, it'll mean that they're trying to stop us from leaving. Everyone can join forces to kill these people. If anyone dares to make a move, we'll kill them. Under such circumstances, the large group of people stood where they were, none of them dared to make a move. All right. About 15 minutes later, a strong gust of wind swept through the square, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. At the same time, Pei Yuanji's indifferent voice rang in the air. Earlier, the group of people, including Du and Ling Tian, had all held their breaths, causing the atmosphere to become extremely quiet. Now, Pei Yuanji opened his mouth. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone. After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, let's split up and go our separate ways. Whether or not you'll be able to escape will depend on your luck. Pei Yuanji said to the group of people behind him as they walked past the square that was no longer protected by the formation. He had saved these people so that they could help him divert the attention of the formation. Although the Thousand Chains prison was not part of the Heavenly Pool Palace's protective grand formation due to some special formations, there was still a surveillance formation outside. If anyone tried to escape from the Thousand Chains prison, they would be discovered immediately. News of this would also reach the ears of Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Naturally, the other titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace would also receive news of Yu Fengyu's escape. Let's go. It did not take long before Du and Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. They encountered a few elders of the Thousand Chains prison who were killed by Ma Kai, the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor, and Ku Bai Lu, the Bai Lu Celestial Emperor. The elders of the Thousand Chains prison did not even have time to react before they were killed by the two titled celestial emperors. Let's go. After everyone gathered near the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison, Pei Yuanji ordered everyone, including Du and Lingtian, to leave the Thousand Chains prison at the same time. The elders guarding the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison did not even have time to react before they were killed by the group of celestial emperors. Run. I'm finally out. Heavenly Pool Palace, we'll settle this score in the future. Let's go. As soon as the group of people left the Thousand Chains prison, they shouted loudly before they fled as fast as they could. At the same time, Du and Lingtian and the others left the Thousand Chains prison as well. Achem. As soon as they left the Thousand Chains prison, Du and Lingtian saw a familiar figure flying in their direction. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor. It seems like Lei Ying already knows about her son's death. Du and Lingtian thought to himself. Brother Pei, Senior Lian Qiu, and the other seniors, let's go that way. After all, Du and Lingtian had discussed this matter with Pei Yuanji and the other titled celestial emperors before they left. Therefore, they decided to leave together to avoid being attacked one by one. The direction Du and Lingtian pointed to was the location where he had agreed to meet up with Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan. At this moment, Du and Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. I'm out. The other 6 titled Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Chains prison are with me. If you meet up with us, it won't be difficult for you to escape from the 7 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. While Du and Lingtian was talking to Meng Chuan through voice transmission, Meng Chuan, who was waiting at the location where they had agreed to meet up, made his way to the Thousand Chains prison. While Du and Lingtian and the others were getting closer to Meng Chuan, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, who was rushing over from afar, saw the chaotic scene outside the Thousand Chains prison. Although Du and Lingtian was among the group of people, she did not notice him at all. Nevertheless, she did notice 2 of the 6 titled Celestial Emperors who were with Du and Lingtian. She was familiar with the 2 titled Celestial Emperors since she had interacted with Du and Lingtian before. Palace Master, a large number of prisoners have escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Among them are the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor and the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. There's also a white-clad young man with them. Apart from that, there are 3 other titled Celestial Emperors who resembled the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, and the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor. Lei Ying hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. At the same time, Lei Ying sent several messages to the other 7 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, telling them to come to the Thousand Chains prison as soon as possible before she left. Naturally, along the way, Lei Ying killed some of the prisoners who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. These people were unlucky enough to have chosen to escape in the same direction as Duan Lingtian and the others. Therefore, they were killed by Lei Ying as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. I've just received a message from a few elders who are monitoring the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. When Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, spoke to Lei Ying calmly. However, Lei Ying could sense the anger in his voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not long after, 8 figures followed closely behind Lei Ying and gathered together with her. The person in the lead was none other than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Mengchang Celestial Emperor. Xu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, was also present. Apart from Xu Lang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Jiyu Changjiang, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were also present. There were 3 other people present as well. 2 of them were women and 1 was a man. One of the women was dressed in a long black robe. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her delicate face exuded a cold aura, and her eyes were sharp. She was the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was widely acknowledged as one of the 2 titled celestial emperors whose strength was second only to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was also the master of Liu Baifeng, one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The other woman was dressed in a light green dress with a zither in her arms. She had an elegant temperament and was extremely beautiful. Although she moved like the wind, she still looked elegant. She was none other than the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, Yu Churan. The last man was a young man with a slender body and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes shone with a wolfish light. He was Yang Xiaotian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Chapter 33-36. Lei Ying, which direction did they go? Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Mengchang Celestial Emperor, asked calmly as he looked in the direction Lei Ying was leading. Yu Fengyu was wearing a long white robe. His face was as handsome as jade, and there was a majestic aura between his brows. Although his tone was very calm, there was a terrifying light in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was about to devour someone. Yes. Lei Ying nodded. Are you sure the 6 of them left together? Yu Fengyu asked again. Yes. Lei Ying nodded again. Let's catch up to them first. Yu Fengyu's expression turned cold as a gust of wind swept out from his body. In just a blink of an eye, the wind shrouded the 9 titled celestial emperors. Following that, the speed of the 9 titled celestial emperors increased to a whole new level. Yu Fengyu was an expert in the law of wind. In terms of speed, there were very few people who could compare to him when it came to comprehending other laws and having the same level of comprehension of laws as him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was leading the other 8 titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace. His speed was much faster than any of the 8 titled celestial emperors who had appeared earlier. Swoosh! The 9 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were extremely fast. They were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian and the others. Lei Ying, are there only 6 of them? Xu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, asked as he looked at Lei Ying. 8. Lei Ying replied. 8 people? Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, not only was Xu Lang shocked, but Yu Fengyu and the others also looked at her curiously. Who else? I only saw the backs of those 2 people. Although the back of one of them is somewhat familiar, I can't recall where I've seen that back before. Lei Ying frowned slightly. Earlier, she had only seen the faces of 2 titled celestial emperors from the Thousand Chains prison. One of them was Teng Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and the other was Shuejin Hua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. As for the other 4 titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji, she could only guess based on her memory. Apart from the 6 titled celestial emperors, there were 2 other titled celestial emperors as well. As for the other 2 people, one of them was very unfamiliar to her. She had never seen him before, but the other person in purple gave her a familiar feeling from the back. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him in such a short time. He's probably a prisoner from the 1,000 Chains prison. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor said, however, since the 2 of them are traveling with the 6 titled Celestial Emperors, they must be close to one of the 6 titled Celestial Emperors. Otherwise, the 6 titled Celestial Emperors wouldn't have dragged them along. The others agreed with the Yang Bo Celestial Emperor's conjecture. Who are those 2 people? We'll know once we catch up to them. Yu Fengyu said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was not difficult to detect a trace of hidden killing intent. Palace Master, how many people escaped from the 1,000 Chains prison this time? Only the 6 titled Celestial Emperors and the other 2 people who came with them. Jiyu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, asked curiously. Apart from the disciples who were imprisoned in the 1,000 Chains prison, everyone else escaped. This time, Yu Fengyu's voice finally sounded a little shaky. What? All of them escaped? Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Gloom Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor were shocked. This time, we'll try our best to capture all 6 titled Celestial Emperors. As for the remaining 2, we'll kill them on the spot. Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice. Yu Fengyu's words revealed the anger and killing intent in his heart. Palace Master, are there any survivors in the 1,000 Chains prison? Does anyone know how my son died? Lei Ying asked as she looked at Yu Fengyu. Lei Ying, Lei Jun is dead. Shu Lang and the others were shocked when they heard Lei Ying's words. Clearly, they had just learned about Lei Jun's death. I rushed to the 1,000 Chains prison today because I discovered my son's soul pearl had shattered. I went to look for my son and found out he had gone to the 1,000 Chains prison as a prison guard. I don't know why he suddenly decided to go to the prison. Lei Ying said with a grim expression on her face. I've just contacted the surviving elders of the 1,000 Chains prison, Yu Fengyu said. I asked them if they knew how Lei Jun died, but they said they didn't know anything about it, Yu Fengyu said at the same time. All they knew was that Lei Jun was on guard duty in the 1,000 Chains prison and was killed on the 1st floor of the prison. The 6 people on guard duty in the 1,000 Chains prison were divided into 3 groups. 2 prodigious disciples were on guard duty on the 2nd floor. The people on duty at the 3rd level of the prison were a prodigy disciple and a prison elder. All 4 of them are still alive. All 3 of them are currently in the 1,000 Chains prison. Only the prodigious disciple on guard duty on the 3rd floor managed to escape. Yu Fengyu's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Shu Lang, and asked, Shu Lang, do you know who's the prodigious disciple on duty on the 3rd floor of the 1,000 Chains prison who managed to survive and escape from the 1,000 Chains prison? Who? Shu Lang asked. His eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, he wondered why the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would suddenly ask him such a question. It seems like you don't know. Yu Fengyu nodded when he saw that Shu Lang's expression was natural and the confusion in his eyes was genuine. Palace Master, what do you mean? Shu Lang frowned. He did not know what Yu Fengyu meant. That prodigious disciple is your 7th disciple, Duan Lingtian. Yu Fengyu looked at Shu Lang meaningfully. What do you think? Swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the other 7 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Lei Ying, turned to look at Shu Lang in shock. Apart from that, there were also some titled Celestial Emperors who were gloating over Shu Lang's misfortune. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Shu Lang with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes as they gloated over Shu Lang's misfortune. Impossible. Shu Lang was taken aback when he heard Yu Fengyu's words. When he saw the 7 titled Celestial Emperors looking at him, He instinctively shook his head. Impossible. There must be a mistake. Even though Yu Fengyu didn't make it very clear, he didn't say it out loud. However, he had already vaguely realized that prodigy disciple who was on duty on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison but had already left the Thousand Chains prison was most likely the culprit who had released the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison. However, he did not believe that Yu Fengyu was his seventh disciple. Because he felt that Duan Lingtian would not do such a stupid thing, not only would Pei Yuanji, the Nirvana Celestial Emperor, be on the opposite side of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but Pei Yuanji, the Nirvana Celestial Emperor, would also be allowed to escape. Who imprisoned Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison? It was not someone from the Heavenly Pool Palace, but the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Without the permission of the Lord Sky Emperor, if anyone dared to release Pei Yuanji, it would be equivalent to going against the Lord Sky Emperor. The Lord Sky Emperor would definitely not let them off easily. In his opinion, his seventh disciple was a smart person. He would never do such a thing. Mistake. Yu Fengyu shook his head and said, Shu Lang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Your seventh disciple is not simple. When Pei Yuanji and the others left, the group of elders from the Internal Affairs Palace saw your seventh disciple, Duan Lingtian, walking side by side with Pei Yuanji at the front. It was as though they were very familiar with each other. Even the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors are following him and Pei Yuanji. Yu Fengyu looked at Shu Lang meaningfully before he continued to say, based on what I know, your seventh disciple has just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you know his background? In my opinion, he's here to save Pei Yuanji. That's why he snuck into the Heavenly Pool Palace. If he didn't come prepared, how could he help Pei Yuanji and the others break the formation in the Thousand Chains prison? Although the formation in the Thousand Chains prison has been broken, the surveillance formation is still there. The surveillance formation can't be connected to the outside of the Thousand Chains prison. However, the elders from the Internal Affairs Pavilion who came out of the Thousand Chains prison brought with them the mirror image recorded by the surveillance formation. 5 days after your seventh disciple appeared on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison, Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors broke the formation and escaped from the Thousand Chains prison with him. During that time, the Thousand Chains prison's elder who was on duty was killed by Xian Bing, the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor. Lei Jun was the only one who died. When Yu Fengyu finished speaking, he glanced at Lei Ying. Under Lei Ying's furious gaze, he continued to say, Lei Jun was killed by the 2 Ning dragons summoned by Duan Lingtian. When the 2 Ning dragons joined forces, Lei Jun didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he was killed. The combined strength of the 2 Ning dragons is comparable to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Shu Lang, your seventh disciple is really good at hiding his strength. Yu Fengyu sneered as he looked at Shu Lang meaningfully. Shu Lang's expression changed slightly when Yu Fengyu mentioned the 2 Ning dragons. He was certain the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was not mistaken. His seventh disciple had indeed gone to the Thousand Chains prison to save Pei Yuanji and the others. Genius memorized the address of this website. Search Go's mobile version website. Chapter 33-37. I remember now. It's Duan Lingtian. Lei Ying's expression darkened when she heard the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's words. I was wondering why that silhouette looked so familiar. That silhouette is Duan Lingtian's silhouette. She looked at Shu Lang coldly and said, Shu Lang, your seventh disciple is really something. Not only did he release Pei Yuanji and the others from the Thousand Chains prison, but he even killed my son, Lei Jun. To think that I went with you to invite the palace master to the prodigy arena to ask the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor to stop. Did I raise an ingrate? Lei Ying's voice grew colder as she spoke. Naturally, Shu Lang's first thought was that Lei Ying had helped him and Duan Lingtian because of Huan who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Huan was Lei Ying's favorite disciple. She was also the disciple that Lei Ying valued the most. Moreover, Lei Ying had only helped Duan Lingtian out of respect for Shu Lang, not because of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Shu Lang only thought about this in his heart. He smiled wryly as he said, Lei Ying, I didn't know about Duan Lingtian's matter beforehand. Otherwise, I would have stopped him. Xu Lang sighed. Does this mean my eldest disciple, Han Yunjin, was wrongly killed? He was killed by an informant. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, who was second only to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, said in a deep voice. When he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Xu Lang. When he shifted his gaze to Lei Ying, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. Lei Ying, if you knew your son would be killed by Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have helped him so many times, right? Lei Ying's expression darkened when she heard the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's words. She did not know what to say. When we catch up to them, I will kill that Duan Lingtian with my own hands. Lei Ying's voice was cold to the bone. No one can snatch it from me. Although she was usually very strict with Lei Jun, that was because she wanted her son to succeed. In the eyes of others, Lei Jun's status was not as high as her first disciples or third disciples. However, the truth was that even if her first and third disciples, as well as her other two disciples, were added together, they could not compare to Lei Jun's position in her heart. After all, he was her own son. Don't worry, Lei Ying. Since that Duan Lingtian killed your son Lei Jun, we will naturally give him to you. Jiyu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, chuckled before he looked at Xu Lang with a mocking smile. Unless Xu Lang wants to clean up the mess himself. Xu Lang remained silent when he saw Lei Ying looking at him again. However, his expression was still unsightly. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that his seventh disciple had betrayed the Heavenly Pool Palace, him, and his disciples. I'm sure that girl, Yashi, has learned about this matter by now. Xu Lang's daughter, Xu Yashi, was one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. The elders of the Life or Death Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison must have informed Xu Yashi about this matter. After all, apart from being the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison, she was also the hall master of the Life or Death Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. With this thought in mind, Xu Lang sent a message to his daughter as well. I understand. Xu Yashi's reply confirmed Xu Lang's suspicion that his daughter had learned about this matter from the elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian was already prepared for Xu Lang to learn that he had rescued Pei Yuanji. However, according to Duan Lingtian's plan, even if Xu Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor learned about what had happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would take them at least 5 to 6 days to return. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would not return. Both Xu Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor did not leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. The person whom Duan Lingtian had entrusted to Duan Lingtian had been killed by his enemy when he was in the Thousand Chains prison. Senior Meng Chuan, Duan Lingtian, Pei Yuanji, and the others quickly met up with Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, who was making his way to the Thousand Chains prison. It seems like everything went well. Meng Chuan smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian and the others. You're Meng Chuan? The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? The old woman stood out from behind Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji, and when she looked at Meng Chuan, her originally muddy eyes were suffused with a wisp of bright light. I've heard a lot about you and your big brother Meng Luo. You are. Meng Chuan looked at the old woman curiously. The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Xue Jinhua. However, I'm sure you've never heard of me. The old woman was none other than the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Xue Jinhua. She was also a titled Celestial Emperor in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor? Meng Chuan's eyes widened slightly. You're that crazy woman who set up a trap to kill her husband because he was still a womanizer despite his age. You don't have to give me face, Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. That's right, I'm that crazy woman. However, I didn't expect you to know about this matter as well. Xue Jinhua shook her head and laughed self-mockingly. I'm sure many titled Celestial Emperors in the Solitary Destructive Heaven know about this matter, right? Meng Chuan shook his head. After all, both you and your husband are titled Celestial Emperors. You're considered in the same circle as us titled Celestial Emperors in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. That's true. Xue Jinhua nodded. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, not only was Duan Lingtian shocked by Xue Jinhua's past, but even Pei Yuanji and the others were shocked as well. After all, they had only just learned about Xue Jinhua's past. Old woman Xue, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless as to kill your own husband. Ku Bailu, the white deer celestial emperor, swallowed hard. He was clearly frightened. In the past, I only thought that an old woman like you was a little crazy. I didn't expect you to not even let your own husband go. He brought this upon himself. Xue Jinhua sneered. It's fine if I didn't see him fooling around outside. However, he dared to do such a thing in front of me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my anger. Let's leave now. If we don't leave now, the people from the heavenly pool palace will catch up to us. Ma Kai, the fat old man, the swift thunder celestial emperor, said. They've caught up to us. As soon as Ma Kai finished speaking, Pei Yuanji suddenly turned around. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavens and earth and landed on the seemingly calm void in the distance. Duan Lingtian and the others shuddered when they heard Pei Yuanji's words. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, figures appeared above Duan Lingtian and the others. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The moment the figures appeared above Duan Lingtian and the others, they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others. There were 9 people in total. They were the 9 titled celestial emperors of the heavenly pool palace, led by Yu Fengyu. Teacher. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he saw Xu Lang was among the 9 titled celestial emperors. He realized his plan had gone awry. Otherwise, Xu Lang would not have appeared here at this time. Lingtian, what's going on? Didn't you say the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the howling heaven celestial emperor aren't here? Why are they here? Xue Jinhua, the golden flower celestial emperor, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I don't know. Something must have happened to the people I hired. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian did not think Duan Lingtian did not help him by sending a voice transmission to Xu Lang and the howling heaven celestial emperor. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Something must have happened before Duan Lingtian impersonated him and sent a voice transmission to Xu Lang and Sun Xing. When Xue Jinhua sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, the other 4 titled celestial emperors, apart from Pei Yuanji, also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I made a mistake. Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile on his face. Meng Chuan. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, glanced at Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji indifferently before he looked at Meng Chuan and the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor and asked in a deep voice, You joined forces with Duan Lingtian to save Lianqiu? Meng Chuan had looked for Yu Fengyu some time ago in hopes that Yu Fengyu would release Lianqiu and Pei Yuanji, but Yu Fengyu had refused. For this reason, when Yu Fengyu saw Meng Chuan and Lianqiu, he immediately assumed Meng Chuan was colluding with Duan Lingtian and the others to save Lianqiu. I don't know Lianqiu. I'm here because of Duan Lingtian, Meng Chuan said indifferently. I'm here because of Duan Lingtian. Yu Fengyu was taken aback by Meng Chuan's words. He did not expect Meng Chuan to show up here because of Duan Lingtian. Therefore, it was obvious Meng Chuan had come to look for him because of Duan Lingtian as well. A hint of surprise could be seen in Yu Fengyu's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Meng Chuan, are you planning to make an enemy out of the heavenly pool palace? Yu Fengyu's expression darkened when he looked at Meng Chuan again. I wonder if you're representing yourself or the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? It's up to you. Meng Chuan smiled faintly. If he was alone, he would not be able to represent the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, if his elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was present as well, it would be a different story. Duan Lingtian. Lei Ying's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian as she asked coldly, How did my son, Lei Jun, offend you for you to kill him? Chapter 33-38. Lei Ying was aware of Duan Lingtian's actions in the Thousand Chains prison. For example, not only did Duan Lingtian spare the elder from the Thousand Chains prison who was on duty with Duan Lingtian on the 3rd floor of the prison, but Duan Lingtian even asked the other titled celestial emperors to spare him. Otherwise, with the tempers of 1 or 2 of the 6 titled celestial emperors, they would not have spared the elder from the 1,000 chains prison. Apart from that, the 2 prodigious disciples on the 2nd floor of the prison were still alive. Her son, Lei Jun, was killed by Shen Bing, the profound ice celestial emperor, while her son, Lei Jun, was killed by the Ning dragons that Duan Lingtian had summoned. Why? Lei Ying asked in a low voice. Although Duan Lingtian did not expect things to turn out this way, he did not despair. At most, he would rely on the 5 divine elements to defeat the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace. Naturally, if the 5 divine elements were exposed, he would be in grave danger. However, he had no choice but to do so to save Huan Er's parents. Earlier, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, had looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a dead man. It was clear Yu Fengyu had no intention of letting him live. Instead of waiting for death, Duan Lingtian might as well take the risk. He tried to kill me time and time again. What's wrong with killing him? Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Ying indifferently and said unhurriedly, otherwise, why would I kill him when he's my second senior brother? Lei Ying was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. However, she could not find fault with Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy to 2 unknown prodigious disciples. If there was no conflict between him and Lei Jun, he would not have killed Lei Jun. You killed my son. Today, I will take your life. Of course, even if Lei Ying felt that there was a reason for this, it was impossible for her to let Duan Lingtian go. Her cold gaze was like a sword as it fell on Duan Lingtian. It was as if she wanted to cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. As her voice sounded, streaks of purple lightning, snake-like bolts of lightning appeared around Lei Ying's body, giving off waves of sharp auras. There are plenty of people who want my life. Lei Ying, you're not the only one. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Since he had already decided to throw caution to the wind, Duan Lingtian was naturally confident and fearless. So what if Lei Ying was a titled celestial emperor? After all, he had killed many titled celestial emperors before. Although Dugu Wen was not as strong as Dugu Wu, the indestructible celestial emperor, he was not any weaker than Lei Ying. Even Dugu Wen had died in his hands, how could he be afraid of Lei Ying? Duan Lingtian, did you join the heavenly pool palace to save Pei Yuanji? While Duan Lingtian and Lei Ying were arguing, Shu Lang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. Teacher, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian did not harbor any hostility toward Shu Lang. In fact, he felt guilty. After all, Shu Lang had always taken good care of him. Now that he had betrayed the heavenly pool palace, it was only natural that Shu Lang would be put in a difficult position. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Indeed, we joined the heavenly pool palace to save Pei Yuanji. However, it wasn't to save Big Brother Pei. Although I've known Big Brother Pei for a long time, I didn't know he was imprisoned in the 1,000 Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said. You didn't join the heavenly pool palace to save Pei Yuanji? Don't tell me you joined the heavenly pool palace to save Lian Qiu? Naturally, Shu Lang knew Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain in the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, we joined the heavenly pool palace not only to save Senior Lian Qiu, but also to save Senior Du Xian. Senior Du Xian is Senior Lian Qiu's wife. Senior Du Xian is also Huan Er's mother. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Shu Lang. He did not intend to hide anything from Shu Lang as well. Teacher, I admit that I joined the heavenly pool palace with a purpose, but I feel at home under your tutelage. This is the first time I've felt this way since I ascended from the mundane realm to the Devata realm 200 years ago. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, I can't forget my original goal of saving Huan Er's parents. That's the only way I can leave the heavenly pool palace. I just hope my betrayal won't bring trouble to you and my seniors. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission came from the bottom of his heart. Shu Lang remained silent for a moment before he sighed. You're too foolish. You should have told me everything. If Ya Sai had helped you, things would have been much easier. Although I can't say I can't accept your decision to imprison Lian Qiu and his wife, I don't think Ya Sai and I would have helped you if you wanted to save them. However, who would have thought you'd make such a big fuss just to save them? You even released all 6 titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji. It's fine if you release the other titled celestial emperors. Pei Yuanji was imprisoned by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven in the Thousand Chains prison. You'll offend the heavenly emperor by releasing him. Now that things have escalated to a point of no return, I can't openly help you. After all, I have to think about your senior brothers and senior sisters. Xu Lang sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Teacher, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly moved. Originally, he was prepared to fall out with Xu Lang. However, he did not expect Xu Lang's words would reveal his intention to help him at this moment. This moved him, and at the same time, made him feel even more guilty. Teacher, there's no need to show mercy. Just do what you have to do. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. You have no chance of winning. Xu Lang said. No chance of winning? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Whether I have a chance of winning or not, we'll only know after we try. Xu Lang was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Could it be that his 7th disciple still had a trump card up his sleeve? Was he really that confident? Although Duan Lingtian had killed the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, Duan Lingtian had said it was due to Dugu Wen's carelessness. However, the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Xu Lang, did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian, if I knew you were a mole, I would have killed you in the Prodigy Arena. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he spoke. Back then, his eldest disciple, Han Yunjin, had lost to Duan Lingtian and died. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had always held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. After learning that Duan Lingtian was a mole in the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Pei Yuanji, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor could not help but regret not killing Duan Lingtian to save his eldest disciple. Kill me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. You'll have to have the ability to do so first. Although the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had lived for many years, he was still infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Lei Ying and said, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian for you. I want to kill him with my own hands. Lei Ying rejected the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's offer without hesitation. Let's see who's faster. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was clearly infuriated by Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have fought with Lei Ying to kill Duan Lingtian. Li Xiantian, don't cross the line, Lei Ying said in a deep voice. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was named after himself. His real name was Li Xiantian. Naturally, not many people knew his real name. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only a few titled Celestial Emperors and Elders knew his real name. Enough. At this moment, Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, said, Lei Ying, you'll kill Duan Lingtian yourself. After that, help Xiantian deal with Pei Yuanji. Xiantian, I'll leave Pei Yuanji to you. Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, must be after me. Yu Han, I'll leave Xian Bing to you. As the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not flustered at all even though he was leading a group of titled Celestial Emperors to fight against 7 titled Celestial Emperors. With just a few words, he assigned the 8 titled Celestial Emperors their respective targets. As for himself, he would fight Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. Let's do it. After arranging everything, Yu Fengyu's eyes suddenly turned cold as he said in a clear voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the other 8 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace made their moves. Apart from Yu Fengyu, who was staring at Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the other 8 titled Celestial Emperors made their moves. For example, Lei Ying's body was like a bolt of lightning. Her entire body had indeed transformed into a bolt of lightning that was intertwined with purple light as she charged towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll make you pay with your life for my son today. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, I, Shen Tian, will deal with you. The profound heaven celestial emperor's target was Pei Yuanji. The Yuhan celestial emperor's target was Xian Bing. Among the 6 titled celestial emperors who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison, she was second only to Pei Yuanji. Yu Fengyu ordered the 2 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace to deal with Pei Yuanji and Xian Bing. Apart from Meng Chuan, Yu Fengyu also assigned 4 titled celestial emperors to fight against. Xu Lang, I'll leave the white deer celestial emperor to you. Jiyu Changjiang, you'll deal with the scoured cloud celestial emperor. Yang Bo, the golden flower celestial emperor is yours. Yun Qin, you'll deal with the Ji Lei celestial emperor. Xiao Tian, you'll provide support and help any of us. Try to capture the first person as soon as possible. If Lian Qiu from the Heavenly Sword Mountain dares to leave, kill him. Chapter 33-39. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, all the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace made their moves and charged toward the targets Yu Fengyu had assigned to them. As for Duan Lingtian and the others, apart from Duan Lingtian, Pei Yuanji, and Lian Qiu who were standing together, the others had also made their moves to meet their opponents. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, and Li Xiantian, the profound heaven celestial emperor, charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others. Naturally, Lei Ying's target was Duan Lingtian while Li Xiantian's target was Pei Yuanji. However, since Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji were together, they decided to attack together. Good timing. Pei Yuanji seemed to know Lei Ying's target was Duan Lingtian. The moment he made his move, khaki-colored pillars appeared one after another in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they formed a gigantic cage that trapped Lei Ying inside. Then, Li Xiantian, the profound heaven celestial emperor, charged toward Lei Ying. Pei Yuanji, you can't even fend for yourself, and yet, you're still thinking of helping Duan Lingtian? As Lei Ying laughed coldly, the power of thunder and lightning roared out from her body. It was as if they had transformed into numerous thunder dragons that charged forward in an attempt to shatter Pei Yuanji's restraints on her. However, how could the bindings formed by Pei Yuanji's attack be something that she could shatter just because she said so? After all, Pei Yuanji was much stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Even if he had to deal with the profound heaven celestial emperor, it would not be difficult for him to trap Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, at the same time. Therefore, even though Lei Ying tried her best to shatter Pei Yuanji's shackles, and she also attacked with all her might, her strength could only cause small cracks to appear on the spherical cage made of yellow pillars. Perhaps, if this continued, she would be able to break out of the cage. However, it would take a long time. Lei Ying's expression darkened when she realized this. She continued to use her emperor-grade celestial weapon to attack Pei Yuanji. Boom! Rumble! Countless resplendent purple lightning bolts intertwined into various powers and shot towards Pei Yuanji's cage from various angles. What followed was a series of thunderous booms. Clearly, Lei Ying intended to break out of this cage in the shortest time possible. The method Big Brother Pei used to restrain Lei Ying is actually the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of earth and 3 other profundities from the law of earth. When Duan Lingtian saw how Pei Yuanji restrained Lei Ying, he could not help but click his tongue. It was no wonder Pei Yuanji was stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Even the profundities comprehended in the Devata realms could not compare to such profundities. It was just that the laws that those heavenly emperors comprehended were not earth attribute laws. The same comprehension of laws, when applied to different laws, represented completely different meanings. Take Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws for example. Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was the weakest among all the laws he comprehended. Naturally, his defense was invincible. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven could not break through Pei Yuanji's defense. However, if Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was based on any of the 4 supreme laws, he would be stronger than many heavenly emperors. Even if Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was based on the laws of earth that focused on speed and offense, his strength would still be comparable to an ordinary heavenly emperor. Even if Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was based on a mediocre law like the law of water or the law of wood, his strength would still rise to a whole new level. After all, the laws of earth were weak. Buzz, 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 buzz. Li Xiantian, the profound heaven celestial emperor, was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the heavenly pool palace, who was second only to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Li Xiantian had comprehended the law of destruction. As soon as he made his move, his celestial origin energy that was fused with the destruction elemental profundity shot toward Pei Yuanji. Clang, 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 clang. Although Li Xiantian was strong and had comprehended the law of destruction, Pei Yuanji's defense was so strong that even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven could not break it, let alone Li Xiantian. Although Pei Yuanji was distracted by restraining Lei Ying, he was still able to block Li Xiantian's attack. In addition, while blocking Li Xiantian's attack, Pei Yuanji also patched up the cracks that Lei Ying had painstakingly left on the binding cage. Pei Yuanji. Lei Ying was so angry that she almost threw up blood when she saw Pei Yuanji's actions. After all, she would have to start all over again to break the binding cage. It seems like I've underestimated Brother Pei's strength. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Pei Yuanji fighting two titled celestial emperors alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. Moreover, he even had the time to watch the other titled celestial emperors fight. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, apart from Yu Fengyu and Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the other titled celestial emperors had already started fighting. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was one of the three female titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. She was also the strongest among them. She was dressed in a long black robe, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her delicate face exuded a cold aura, and her eyes were sharp. With a slight movement of her body, a wave of black energy shot toward Xian Bing. This is, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw this. This is, the law of darkness. Apart from the four supreme laws, the five elemental laws, and the four supreme laws, there were other laws that were not part of the five elemental laws. The law of darkness was one of them. Apart from the law of darkness, there was also the law of light and the law of destruction. The law of darkness that the Yuhan Celestial Emperor had cast was the law of darkness. As soon as she cast the law of darkness, the area where she was fighting with the profound Ice Celestial Emperor seemed to be shrouded in darkness. At the very least, everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness in front of Xian Bing. However, to the onlookers, the area where Xian Bing and the Yuhan Celestial Emperor were fighting was shrouded in darkness. I've long heard that the Gloom Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace is able to fuse several profundities from the law of darkness together with the profundities from the law of darkness. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor's voice rang in the air. At the same time, a bone-chilling aura surged out of the darkness, accompanied by the sound of people clashing with each other. Boom. Rumble. Waves of rolling air swept out, accompanied by a bone-piercing chill. Reveal your true form. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor's voice was cold. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me. As you wish. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor replied. While the Yuhan Celestial Emperor and the profound Ice Celestial Emperor were fighting, the other titled Celestial Emperors were also fighting. Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Xu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, was fighting against Kubai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. However, in the end, Xu Lang took the initiative and completely gained the upper hand. Although Xu Lang gained the upper hand, Kubai Lu still managed to fend off Xu Lang's attacks with his law of Earth's defense. Kubai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison because even the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not break through his defense. Phew. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Xu Lang and Kubai Lu were in a deadlock. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the others and saw Teng Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and Jiyu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, were fighting fiercely. Xue Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, was also fighting the smoke wave celestial emperor. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a slender young man with an ordinary appearance charging toward Ting Xiongba, the dark cloud celestial emperor, in just a blink of an eye. Ting Xiongba had no choice but to defend himself against the attacks of the two titled celestial emperors. Yang Xiaotian, the howling heaven celestial emperor. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen a few of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, he could recognize them with just a glance. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could confirm Yang Xiaotian's identity. Come out. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian summoned the 2 Ning dragons to assist the scouring cloud celestial emperor. As for himself, he also set off after the 2 Ning dragons. Lian Qiu was the only one left standing next to Pei Yuanji. He had a bitter smile on his face. Although his strength was close to that of a titled celestial emperor, he could not interfere in a battle between titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Sun Xing that he ascended from Yanghuang realm as well. Moreover, he's from Yanghuang realm as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as he commanded the 2 Ning dragons to assist the scouring cloud celestial emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed Yang Xiaotian's movements had slowed down. It seemed like Yang Xiaotian was holding back. Yes. A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Yang Xiaotian. Senior Xiaotian, do you know about the journey to the west from Yanghuang realm? Journey to the west? Yang Xiaotian was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled and said, Sun Xing said that you're from Yanghuang realm who appeared a few hundred years after him. Is it possible that the journey to the west was passed down to your era? Senior, you know about the journey to the west? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Yang Xiaotian to know about the journey to the west. Of course, I know about it. In fact, the journey to the west is somewhat related to me as well. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Yang Xiaotian's eyes as he said, the birth of the journey to the west is related to the notes I left behind with the legacy I inherited. Chapter 3340. Meanwhile, the other titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace who were fighting with all their might were unaware of this. Yang Xiaotian, the howling heaven celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, was currently communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission about the mundane realm's journey to the west. So, many of the elements in Journey to the West originated from some of the handwritten notes you left behind? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Yang Xiaotian nodded. Then, he said helplessly, however, I didn't expect Sun Xing's friend to glorify the monkey. However, the monkey's ability is still recorded in Journey to the West, Li Mu said. After all, the monkey was capable of piercing through the heavens. As he spoke, even Yang Xiaotian's eyes showed some respect for the monkey in Journey to the West. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had learned the origin of Journey to the West through Yang Xiaotian's words. In my past life, the author of Journey to the West, Wu Chengyan, was indeed born in 1500 AD during the Ming dynasty. Senior brother Sun Xing was born around that time as well. The time matches, and so does the person. It seems like the origin of Journey to the West has something to do with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, you've caused a huge commotion this time. Otherwise, I would have tried my best to help you since you're from my hometown. However, even I can't help you today. Yang Xiaotian sighed, just like what Xu Lang had said earlier. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Yang Xiaotian's words. He did not expect the howling heaven celestial emperor, who did not seem like a kind person, would be so easygoing. I won't attack you. If you have the chance, just run. Yang Xiaotian said. As soon as Yang Xiaotian finished speaking, he continued to attack Ting Xiongba, the towering heaven celestial emperor. As soon as he attacked, flames surged out and covered the sky. The towering heaven celestial emperor was so frightened that he hastily defended himself with all his might. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Immortal Emperor Meng Chang, you Feng Yu. Today, I, Meng Chuan, shall see for myself. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, an azure blue energy erupted from his body. Following that, the azure blue energy transformed into a gigantic sword that streaked through the air, heading straight for Yu Fengyu. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, has a thunderous reputation. As Meng Luo's disciple, I hope you won't disappoint me. As Yu Fengyu spoke, his body flickered and transformed into a gust of piercingly cold, green wind. He twisted in midair and transformed into a wind dragon to meet the oncoming giant sword head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Meng Chuan's strength was ultimately inferior. However, even so, Meng Chuan's water elemental laws were tough enough to restrain Yu Fengyu. Unless Yu Fengyu attacked him, he could only be held back. Meng Chuan, it seems like you're trying to buy time for them. Soon after, Yu Fengyu also realized this problem. His expression turned cold, and a hint of helplessness appeared in the depths of his eyes. Although he could see through Meng Chuan's intentions, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not kill Meng Chuan. It was only a matter of time before he killed Meng Chuan. However, after killing Meng Chuan, it would not be easy to deal with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. At that time, Meng Luo would definitely wreak havoc in the heavenly pool palace. There had been similar cases in the past. Back then, when Meng Chuan was not a titled celestial emperor, he was almost killed by a titled celestial emperor from a heaven-grade force. After that incident, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had charged into the heaven-grade force and severely injured many titled celestial emperors. Then, he had killed the titled celestial emperor who had nearly killed his younger brother. After that battle, the heavenly savage celestial emperor's reputation spread like wildfire. For this reason, if possible, Yu Fengyu did not want to provoke Meng Luo. Although he was not a match for Meng Luo, he was not afraid of Meng Luo. After all, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was his maternal grandfather. However, there was a problem. After all, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would not let the matter rest. Before the Azura hell, even his maternal grandfather was no match for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven returned from the Azura hell, it was obvious that he was much stronger than before. According to his maternal grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had even attained godhood. Duan Lingtian, leave now. Meng Chuan's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He urged Duan Lingtian to leave. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Pei Yuanji and the other titled celestial emperors with a frown on his face. He did not care about the other titled celestial emperors. However, no matter what, he couldn't let Pei Yuanji stay here. After all, he was friends with Pei Yuanji. Moreover, Pei Yuanji's relationship with Huaner's grandaunt, Du Fei, made it difficult for him to leave Pei Yuanji behind. According to my original plan, we should be able to leave easily without Teacher and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. However, things have come to a standstill. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly. The scene before his eyes had completely deviated from his plan, causing him to be at a loss. Duan Lingtian, take Lian Qiu and leave. At this moment, Pei Yuanji's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Even if you and Lian Qiu leave, they won't be able to do anything to us. At most, the 6 of us will be locked up again. As for Meng Chuan, Yu Fengyu won't dare to touch him. I'm relieved that all of you are gone. In the future, when you have enough power, come and save us. I believe in you. The meaning behind Pei Yuanji's words was very simple. He wanted Duan Lingtian to bring Lian Qiu away so that they would not have wasted their time in escaping with great fanfare. As for them, they would only be locked up again. While Duan Lingtian was still hesitating after hearing Pei Yuanji's words, several voice transmissions entered his ears one after another. Duan Lingtian, listen to old Pei. Let's go. Lingtian, boy, let's go. We'll wait for you to save us. These voice transmissions came from the other 5 titled celestial emperors who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Apart from Pei Yuanji, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor. Even the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor was trying to persuade him to leave through voice transmissions. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors were trying to persuade him to leave under Pei Yuanji's orders. Senior Lian Qiu, let's leave first. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at Lian Qiu solemnly. It seemed like this was the only way out. Otherwise, if this continued, it was very likely that none of them would be able to escape. Duan Lingtian had considered borrowing the power of the 5 divine elements, but based on the current situation, it was not necessary. Even the world-cleansing divine water did not think it was necessary. What about them? Lian Qiu was unaware that Duan Lingtian had spoken to the others through voice transmissions. When he saw Duan Lingtian asking him to leave, he instinctively asked, Senior Lian Qiu. Lian Qiu remained where he was, showing no signs of leaving. Senior Meng Chuan will be fine. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace won't dare to touch him. As for Brother Pei and the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors, they'll be sent back to the Thousand Chains prison. I'll save them in the future, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmissions. We're the ones in the most danger now. In fact, with us around, Brother Pei won't be able to act freely. Duan Lingtian said. All right. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Lian Qiu nodded. At this moment, he also realized this was the best solution. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu said as they prepared to leave. Xiao Tian, kill them. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace said to young Xiao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu leaving. Young Xiao Tian sighed inwardly when he heard the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's words. He left Teng Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, behind and transformed into a ball of flames that shot toward Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu. Boom. Rumble. However, when the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was about to cross half the distance, a wall suddenly rose in front of him and blocked his path. He slammed into the wall, causing it to tremble and his face to be covered in dust. Pei Yuanji had made a move at the critical moment. However, based on Pei Yuanji's grim expression, it was obvious he was having a hard time. After all, it was as though he had single-handedly stopped 3 titled Celestial Emperors. Let's go. Pei Yuanji shouted at Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu. Both of them immediately made their move. However, they had only flown a short distance when they were forced to retreat by a figure that appeared like a ghost. Moreover, the figure forced them back. Chem. Duan Lingtian looked at the figure who had threatened his life and forced him to retreat. He discovered the figure was dressed in a loose grey robe and had a bamboo hat on his head. He had a medium build, and his entire body seemed to emit an oppressive aura. The aura was similar to the aura of death around the life and death stage in the Thousand Chains prison. However, the aura was much stronger. At the same time, Lian Qiu was forced to retreat as well. He looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. Your little junior brother? Accompanied by a soft voice that did not seem to contain any emotions, the person raised her sleeve, and a slender hand that was as white as jade reached out, grabbed the bamboo hat on her head, and took it off in an instant. In the next moment, a woman with a peerless appearance and a cold bearing appeared before Duan Lingtian, and she was staring at Duan Lingtian with a pair of beautiful autumn eyes. Chapter 3341. Your little junior brother? Upon hearing the woman's question, Duan Lingtian immediately figured out the woman's identity. Xu Yue Sai. She was Xu Lang's daughter and Xu Lang's first disciple. Apart from that, she was also one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, the hall master of the Life and Death Hall. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that his eldest senior sister whom he had never seen before would appear at this moment and block his path. Duan Lingtian greets you, eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian greeted the woman with a wry smile on his face. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice. Head Warden Xu, you came at the right time. Li Shen-Tian's eyes brightened when he saw Xu Yue Sai. A hint of ruthlessness could be heard in his voice. Kill them. However, Xu Yue Sai ignored Li Shen-Tian's words. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on her face as she said, Little junior brother, you're really something. There's never been anyone like you who can enter and leave the Thousand Chains prison as though there's no one around. Even the palace master wouldn't be able to break through the formation in the Thousand Chains prison. Xu Sai spoke as though she was casually chatting with Duan Lingtian instead of criticizing him. Eldest senior sister, it's just a trick. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. The first senior sister before him was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Regardless of their relationship as fellow disciples, just in terms of duty alone, the first senior sister would not let him go today. However, up until now, Xu Sai had not shown any hostility toward him even though she had blocked his path. Even if it's just a trick, it's enough to show how capable you are. Xu Sai said. Head Warden Xu, are you trying to show favoritism? Jiyu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and Ting Xiong Ba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, asked coldly when he saw Xu Sai did not attack Duan Lingtian and was even chatting with him. However, Xu Sai did not seem to hear Jiyu Changjiang's words at all. She looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, Little junior brother, I'll give you 2 choices today. The first choice is to bring Lian Qiu back to the Thousand Chains prison with me. You'll still be my little junior brother, and I can guarantee no one in the Heavenly Pool Palace will dare to touch you. At this point, Xu Yash's eyes revealed a strong confidence. It was as if she was looking down on the world. It was rare even for men. The second choice is to break up with me and your other senior brothers and sisters and become strangers. If you choose the second choice, I'll let all of you go today. However, from today onward, all of you will be my enemies. Apart from that, I'll make a move 3 days later to look for all of you and bring all of you back. Xu Sai's tone turned cold as she spoke. Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I must bring senior Lian Qiu back today. As for the second choice, I don't want to choose either. A teacher for a day is a father for life. In my eyes, senior brothers and senior sisters have long been my family. Although this is my first time meeting you, I don't treat you as an outsider. Duan Lingtian said. So, you're planning to bring him back? Xu Sai asked indifferently as she looked at Lian Qiu who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. In that case, from today onward, you're no longer my little junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, Xu Shi opened up a path for Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu. She stood at the side and said indifferently. It doesn't matter if eldest senior sister treats me as your little junior brother or not, I still treat you as my eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Xu Sai gratefully. Then, he prepared to leave with Lian Qiu. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had taken advantage of Meng Chuan's carelessness and made his move. Lei Ying, kill them. As Pei Yuanji's restraints on Lei Ying were dispelled by Yu Fengyu spoke. Xiaotian, you and Shen Tian will restrain Pei Yuanji together. Yes, Palace Master. While the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor and Shen Tian Celestial Emperor worked together to hold Pei Yuanji back, Lei Ying charged toward Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw Lei Ying charging toward him. He was about to summon the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar and use the 5 divine elements power to scare Lei Ying away. Swoosh! However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Xu Sai who was standing at the side suddenly moved and stood in front of Lei Ying when she was about to charge toward them. Eldest senior sister, Duan Lingtian was stunned. In his opinion, even if his eldest senior sister did not stop him from leaving, she would not help him either. However, he did not expect that the eldest senior sister would stand up at this time. Xu Sai, what's the meaning of this? Lei Ying stared at Xu Sai coldly and said in a deep voice, it's one thing for you to let Duan Lingtian go because you're from the same sect as him. Now that the palace master has ordered me to kill them, how dare you stop him? Don't tell me you don't respect the palace master at all? Lei Ying asked coldly. I've said that I'll personally capture them in 3 days. Xu Sai said indifferently. Xu Sai. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. I don't blame you for letting Duan Lingtian go because you're from the same sect as him. Don't you think you've crossed the line by stopping Lei Ying from making a move? Yu Fengyu's voice turned colder as he spoke. Palace Master, I still stand by my words. I'll personally capture them in 3 days, Shu Yasai said resolutely. Shu Yasai's tone was firm. She was not shaken by Yu Fengyu's words. Shu Lang, control your daughter, Yu Fengyu said to Shu Lang. Palace Master, do you think she'll behave like this if I can control her? Shu Lang smiled bitterly. Yu Fengyu scoffed before he said to Lei Ying, since she's trying to stop you, there's no need to hold back. Yes, Palace Master. Lei Ying had been waiting for Yu Fengyu to say this. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, Lei Ying looked at Shu Yasai and sneered. Shu Yasai, I heard that you're now as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. Today, I, Lei Ying, will deal with you. Let's see how weak you are compared to your father, Shu Lang. As soon as Lei Ying's voice fell, streaks of lightning whizzed out from her body and attacked Shu Yasai directly. She was like a giant lightning beast, opening her bloody mouth and pouncing towards Shu Yasai. Merciless Celestial Emperor, I'd like to see how you're as famous as my father in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Shu Yasai said indifferently. Facing Lei Ying who was charging at her, Shu Yasai said calmly. Waves of black energy swept out from her body and a figure seemed to leap out from her body. It was another Shu Yasai. However, the eyes of this Shu Yasai were blood red and did not contain any emotions. Clearly, this was the law of Death's death clone profundity. As soon as Shu Yasai's clone appeared, it collided with Lei Ying. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Around Shu Yash's death doppelganger, streaks of energy that were as black as ink and filled with a murderous aura turned into black sword rays that rose with a murderous aura. Then, they whizzed towards Lei Ying. Lei Ying's lightning bolts were like blazing lights in the night sky, trying to break through the darkness. Duan Lingtian, let's go. Pei Yuanji urged Duan Lingtian to leave. This was the best opportunity for them to leave. Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian did not leave immediately because he was worried that Shu Yasai would be at a disadvantage. However, when he heard Pei Yuanji's words, he immediately regained his senses. Based on the situation, it seems like eldest senior sister isn't any weaker than Lei Ying. Moreover, even if Shu Yasai is weaker than Lei Ying, I don't think Lei Ying would kill her. After all, Lei Ying still has to give face to Master. Shu Lang was not any weaker than Lei Ying. If Lei Ying killed Shu Yasai, Shu Lang would definitely not let the matter rest. Even if the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace had ordered Shu Lang not to seek revenge from Lei Ying, he would definitely avenge his daughter. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Lei Ying would not dare to kill Shu Yasai. Senior Lian Qiu, let's leave. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on Lian Qiu's shoulder, preparing to teleport away with Lian Qiu. However, as soon as he teleported, he discovered that the space around him seemed to have been sealed by a powerful spatial energy. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He looked around before he asked in a deep voice. None of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were skilled in the law of space. However, the person who sealed the space was someone skilled in the law of space. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had no idea who the other party was. However, since the other party did not allow him to leave, it was clear the other party was not a friend. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a light grey robe. His long, curly hair draped over his back, giving him an exotic charm. At this moment, the old man was looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly as he said, "Little brat, it's not that easy for you to teleport in my shackles of space." "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the old man warily. "The soaring celestial emperor, Ma Kai, the Ji-Lei celestial emperor," exclaimed when Duan Lingtian heard the old man's question. "The soaring celestial emperor?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He had heard about this titled celestial emperor from Hong Fei, Shu Lang's sixth senior brother. Hong Fei was a titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Chapter 3342. It seems like we've dragged this out for too long. Even the reinforcements that Feng Yu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, has arrived. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the arrival of the Ling Kong celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Swoosh! When the Ling Kong celestial emperor appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and faced the Ling Kong celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he saw the figure in front of him. Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian could not figure out why his eldest senior sister, Xu Yai, who was fighting with Lei Ying, had the time to deal with the Ling Kong celestial emperor. However, in the next moment, he knew what was going on. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air, followed by a muffled grunt. Lei Ying was sent flying by Xu Yai's death clone. The lightning energy in her body had dissipated, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious she was severely injured. You were still holding back earlier. Lei Ying's expression changed drastically when she looked at Xu Yai again. A hint of fear could be seen in her eyes. Xu Yai's death clone had defeated Lei Ying before she even made a move. If Xu Yai's death clone and Xu Yai's death clone merged, her strength would undoubtedly increase. This was the trait of someone who had comprehended the law of death. Let's go, Xu Yai said coldly as she stood in front of the Ling Kong celestial emperor. Her words were clearly directed at Duan Lingtian. Trying to leave? The corners of celestial emperor Ling Kong's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, two swift whistling sounds of wind whistling were heard. Swoosh! Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, two more people appeared next to Ling Kong celestial emperor. One was a burly middle-aged man with flames burning all over his body, and the other was a skinny black-robed old woman with a walking stick in her hand. It was obvious that the burly middle-aged man was an expert who had comprehended the law of fire. As for the black-robed old woman, she looked like an ordinary person at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that her eyes were extremely deep, like a bottomless abyss. Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor, Water Staff Immortal Emperor. When Xu Yai saw the two people who had appeared one after another, she slowly opened her mouth. At the same time, her pair of beautiful eyes instantly narrowed together. Whoosh! At the same time, Lei Ying, who had recovered from her injuries, flew forward and stared at Xu Yai like a tiger eyeing its prey. Xu Yai, don't waste your time. Don't tell me you think you can stop the four of us by yourself. The three titled celestial emperors who had just arrived were all as strong as Lei Ying. All three of them were titled celestial emperors serving under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. You are Xu Yai. You're the most talented person in the heavenly pool palace who has become a titled celestial emperor when you're only slightly over 1,000 years old. The exploding flame immortal emperor's voice was as loud as a bell. He looked at Xu Yai and said with a smile, if the three of us join forces, even the palace master of the heavenly pool palace won't be a match for us, let alone you. I didn't expect the palace master to invite the three of you as well. Xu Yai's eyes glinted as she spoke. Her tone was solemn, unlike when she was facing the soaring celestial emperor. Earlier, even in the face of celestial emperor Ling Kong, Xu Yai's expression was still as calm as ever. Clearly, she was not afraid of the soaring celestial emperor at all. In fact, she was not afraid of the soaring celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor at all. Just as well. I'd like to see how strong the three of you are. As soon as Xu Yai finished speaking, her death clone returned to her body like a ghost. At the same time, her aura grew stronger. At this moment, the death clone seemed to have transformed into a gigantic spirit that hovered around Xu Yai. Based on Xu Yai's words, it was clear she wanted to fight the three titled celestial emperors alone. Little girl, you're too arrogant. The water-staff celestial emperor, the black-clad old man with a walking stick, had a dark expression on his face when he heard Xu Yai's words. Then, a dazzling blue energy surged out of his body. It was clear the water-staff Celestial Emperor had comprehended the law of water. Humph! The soaring Celestial Emperor and the exploding flame Immortal Emperor were clearly angered by Shu Yasai's words. They snorted in unison before they charged toward Shu Yasai. Swoosh! Swoosh! The exploding flame Immortal Emperor flew across the sky. Blazing flames burst out from his body, making him look like a flaming god of war. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. Surrounded by raging flames, he dashed toward Shu Yashi. Buzz! 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 The soaring Celestial Emperor attacked. Spatial cracks appeared around Shu Yasai. After that, dimensional/profundity whistled through the air, heading straight for Shu Yasai. Boom! Rumble! The water staff Immortal Emperor swung her staff. Suddenly, a huge wave with a majestic momentum appeared in front of her. One wave after another swept towards Shu Yasai with a majestic momentum. The three titled Celestial Emperors made their move at the same time, aiming for Shu Yasai. Swoosh! Shu Yasai did not dare to face the combined attack of the three titled Celestial Emperors. She moved at lightning speed and dodged the three titled Celestial Emperors' attacks. Alas, the three titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven were not to be trifled with. As soon as Shu Yasai made a move to escape, the three titled Celestial Emperors chased after her like shadows. It was as though they had eyes of their own. Swoosh! At the same time, Shu Yasai's undead clone emitted a strong aura as she flew away, blocking the three titled Celestial Emperors' attacks. Meanwhile, Shu Yasai left after images in the air as she made her way toward the three titled Celestial Emperors. Celestial Emperor Ling Kong was an expert in the law of space. When he saw Shu Yasai's true body charging over, his expression turned solemn. At the same time, he hurriedly activated the law of space. The first thing he used was the law of space's imprisonment profundity. He wanted to restrain Shu Yasai. Break! Alas, a 3-foot-long sword that was shrouded in black light appeared in Shu Yasai's hand. With a swing of her sword, the restraining profundity of the soaring Celestial Emperor broke. That's, Duan Ling Tian saw a black creature that resembled a WM python hovering above Shu Yasai's 3-foot-long blade. It held onto Shu Yasai's wrist that was holding the sword. An artifact spirit? Since Duan Ling Tian had once owned the Seven Orifices Exquisite Pagoda, an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, he could tell it was the sword spirit of Shu Yasai's sword as soon as he saw it. It was obvious the sword was a top-tier Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Its strength was comparable to a Devata artifact. Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Shu Yasai sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, urging him to leave. Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Shu Yasai fighting three titled Celestial Emperors alone. He hurriedly regained his senses and prepared to leave. Although Shu Yasai's eldest senior sister seemed to be getting stronger as the battle progressed, Duan Lingtian was still confident in his strength. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian knew Shu Yasai would not be a match for the three titled Celestial Emperors if the battle continued. Trying to leave. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Lian Qiu, Lei Ying, who had been staring at them without making a move against Shu Yasai, suddenly moved out like a bolt of lightning and blocked their path. Senior Lian Qiu, she's injured. Let's work together to defeat her. Duan Lingtian called out to Lian Qiu. Then, he manifested the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. Branches shot out at lightning speed toward Lei Ying. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lian Qiu made his move as well. Dazzling sword rays circled around his body before they transformed into a rain of swords that whistled as they swept toward Lei Ying. Along the way, the rain of swords scattered in the air and attacked Lei Ying from all directions. At the same time, Duan Lingtian borrowed the energy of the 5 divine elements and merged it with the pine willow divine tree. Then, the 6 branches shot toward Lei Ying with lightning speed. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lei Ying sneered. Lightning energy surged out of her body and neutralized Lian Qiu's attack. Senior Lian Qiu, continue to attack her. Don't stop. Duan Lingtian reminded Lian Qiu. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lian Qiu realized Duan Lingtian was trying to exhaust Lei Ying's strength. Lian Qiu continued to attack. Tens of thousands of swords shot toward Lei Ying. Alas, the sword Celestial Sword was easily neutralized by Lei Ying before it could even reach her. Even if I'm injured, I'm still a titled Celestial Emperor. You're just a sword Celestial who's not even a titled Celestial Emperor. You're not a threat to me at all. Lei Ying seemed to have sensed something the instant her voice sounded, and her expression abruptly changed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree avatar was blocked by Lei Ying. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's Ning dragons were still helping Ting Xiongba, the Scoured Cloud Celestial Emperor, to deal with Jiyu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. For this reason, Lei Ying did not think much of Duan Lingtian. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree avatar to attack again. She felt a sense of danger. Currently, each of the willow branches was as powerful as an attack from a titled Celestial Emperor. How's this possible? Lei Ying did not expect Duan Lingtian to use the energy of the 5 divine elements during the chaos to conceal it in his Pine Willow Divine Tree avatar. Boom, 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 boom. When the willow branches collided with Lei Ying's lightning energy, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air. Then, a figure was sent flying back while coughing up blood. Her body was covered in injuries, and her vital energy was weak. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor. Chapter 33-43. Since Duan Lingtian had only used the 5 divine elements' energy for a brief moment and had the Pine Willow Divine Tree as a disguise, none of the titled Celestial Emperors present on the scene realized he had used the 5 divine elements' energy. Only titled Celestial Emperors who had been keeping an eye on him would be able to tell. After severely injuring Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, Duan Lingtian knew he would no longer be able to use the 5 divine elements' power since there would be titled Celestial Emperors watching him. Even if no one was watching him, Lei Ying, who had witnessed his strength, would definitely keep an eye on him. What kind of energy is that? Lei Ying's injuries were even more severe than when Xu Yasai had injured her. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. How could a mere celestial lord like Duan Lingtian possess such powerful energy? Little did she know that not only did Duan Lingtian borrow the energy of the 6th form 5 divine elements, but he had also used the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to injure Lei Ying so severely. Moreover, the reason Duan Lingtian had asked Lian Qiu to make a move earlier was because he wanted Lian Qiu to distract Lei Ying so she would not focus on him and discover the secret of the 5 divine elements. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. The 3 titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heavens command had joined forces to destroy Xu Yasai's attack and injure her. Xu Yasai's attack had been dispelled. Swoosh! Xu Yasai was sent flying for a distance before she finally regained her balance. At the same time, her undead clone merged with her body again. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of her mouth. Seniors, you live up to your reputation indeed. Xu Yasai wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth as she looked at the 3 titled Celestial Emperors solemnly. Little girl, your strength is truly shocking. The Waterstaff Celestial Emperor looked at Xu Yasai with a solemn expression on her face. If the 3 of us didn't join forces, we might not have been able to do anything to you. With your current strength, you're comparable to that brat, Yu Fengyu. The soaring Celestial Emperor looked at Xu Yasai with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Xu Yasai, you've done your best. You can't stop us for them. You've done your best. Even if you don't do anything, he won't blame you. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor said. It was obvious Xu Yasai had stopped the 3 of them for Duan Lingtian. Any normal person could see Xu Yasai had the intention of escorting Duan Lingtian away. Seniors, I told him, that if they leave today, 3 days later, I will personally capture them and bring them back. I'm the head warden of the Heavenly Pool Palace's 1,000 Chains prison. Do you not believe me? Shu Ya Sai looked at the three celestial emperors in front of her. You use words. What could the heavenly pool palace do to you even if you failed to catch up to them in 3 days? What can they do to you? Immortal Emperor Waterstaff said flatly, little girl, you don't need to show off your little schemes in front of us. You didn't even exist when we were scheming. Little girl, we've already shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, you'd only be alive at most. You won't have a reason to attack us anymore. The soaring celestial emperor said indifferently, if you attack us again, not only will you oppose the heavenly pool palace, but you'll also oppose the heavenly emperor palace as well. A hint of warning could be seen in the soaring celestial emperor's eyes as he looked at Shu Ya Sai. Shu Ya Sai. At the same time, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, said, I know you're a sentimental person, but you've already done your best. If the 3 seniors didn't show mercy, you wouldn't be able to fight anymore even if you're still alive. If you attack us again, you'll be asking for it. Remember, he's not your only junior brother. Yu Fengyu warned Shu Ya Sai. However, when he looked at Shu Ya Sai, a hint of shock could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Shu Ya Sai would be so strong. He did not expect Shu Lang's daughter to be as strong as him. If he did not send a message to his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the soaring celestial emperor, the explosive flame celestial emperor, and the waterstaff celestial emperor would not have come. If the 3 of them did not come, Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu would definitely be able to escape. After all, it was obvious Shu Ya Sai was helping Duan Lingtian. Eldest senior sister. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on Lei Ying, so he did not see what happened to Shu Ya Sai. However, based on the current situation, not only was his first senior sister no match for the 3 celestial emperors, but if the 3 celestial emperors did not go easy on her, she would not have suffered such minor injuries. You don't have to fight for me anymore. Apart from gratitude, there was also a hint of determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Shu Ya Sai. I'll settle the rest myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he appeared above the pine willow divine tree and glared at the soaring celestial emperor and the other 2 heavenly emperors. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to rely on the 5 divine elements to defeat the titled celestial emperors in front of him. Only then would he and Lian Qiu have a chance of escaping. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he hovered above the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon while the 3 celestial emperors flew out and surrounded him. At the same time, Lian Qiu flew behind Duan Lingtian and stood with his back facing Duan Lingtian as he looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, all the titled celestial emperors had their own opponents and were being held back. Lei Ying was severely injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. Shu Ya Sai stood at the side. She could not make a move since she would offend the heavenly pool palace and the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven if she made a move. Not only that, but her father, Shu Lang, and her 2 junior brothers and sisters would also be in danger because of her. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he would not let her junior brothers and sisters go if she insisted on making a move. It was precisely because of this that Shu Yashi was in a dilemma. In the end, she could only choose to compromise. Little junior brother, Shu Ya Sai sighed inwardly as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. Eldest senior sister. I've done my best. Brat, you're the one who released the prisoners from the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison? The Waterstaff Celestial Emperor sneered as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, do you know there's a person imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? His Pei Yuanji. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he spoke in a deafening voice. You're just a mere Celestial Lord. How dare you release Pei Yuanji to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven? I have to say, you're quite bold even though your cultivation base is weak. Similarly, the soaring Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as well. You talk too much. Faced with 3 titled Celestial Emperors, Duan Lingtian, who had made up his mind to use the 5 divine elements, said indifferently. His expression was indifferent. If you want to fight, let's fight. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he communicated with the 5 divine elements in his little world. Huang the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, was also prepared to cooperate with Duan Lingtian. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The explosive flame celestial emperor was the most hot-tempered among the 3 titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. Naturally, he could not hold himself back when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He transformed into a flaming giant and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Alas, just as Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, something unexpected happened. Bang! Exploding flame immortal emperor took a step forward and a layer of spatial barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. The raging flame energy wreaked havoc in the air, but it couldn't advance any further as if it was blocked by an even more powerful force. The law of space. The explosive flame celestial emperor did not give up and unleashed his energy again. However, he was still unable to break through the spatial barrier. At this moment, the soaring celestial emperor cried out in alarm. Who are you? Why are you helping him? The soaring celestial emperor looked up at the clouds in the sky as though there was someone behind the clouds. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as 5 figures appeared near Duan Lingtian like phantoms. They were a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and 3 young men. The middle-aged man was the leader of the group. The middle-aged man was dressed in a dark golden robe. He was tall and muscular, and his square face was dignified. The beautiful woman wore white clothes. She had an elegant and graceful bearing. As she stood there, she seemed to cause everything around her to dim in comparison. Of the 3 young people behind him, one was a young man in black with a cold expression, one was a young woman in white with a pure and holy temperament, and the last one was a young woman in gold with a delicate and pretty face. She seemed a little mischievous. Chem. When Duan Lingtian was stopped by the explosive flame celestial emperor, he suppressed the 5 divine elements energy that was on the verge of surging out of his body. At that time, he knew someone was helping him, but he did not know who it was. Is it someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Did Senior Meng find someone to help him? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he discovered 5 people had appeared out of thin air not far away. As someone who specialized in the law of space, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that these 5 people had appeared using the teleportation profundity. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum. Chapter 3344. Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar with the dignified middle-aged man and the graceful and luxurious-looking beautiful woman. He was certain he had never come into contact with these 2 people before. In fact, he had never even seen them before. However, although Duan Lingtian was certain this was his first time seeing the 3 young men behind the 2 of them, he did not know why he felt a sense of familiarity and closeness from the 3 of them. It was as though this was not his first time meeting these 3 young men. However, he was certain this was not the case. He was certain he had never seen these 3 young men before. Who are you? Celestial Emperor Ling Kong looked warily at the middle-aged man in the dark golden robe. Although he found the middle-aged man familiar, he could not remember where he had seen him before. As expected of a titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The golden-clad middle-aged man glanced at the soaring celestial emperor and said meaningfully, "Although we've only met once, I still remember you, soaring celestial emperor. It seems like a nobody like me isn't worthy of your attention, soaring celestial emperor." A mocking smile appeared on the golden-clad middle-aged man's face when he finished speaking. "You know me." The frown on the soaring celestial emperor's face deepened. As a titled celestial emperor who was skilled in the law of space, he had his own circle of titled celestial emperors who were skilled in the law of space in the boundless heaven. In fact, his circle of titled celestial emperors who were skilled in the law of space would often leave the boundless heaven to interact with titled celestial emperors from other Devata realms who were skilled in the law of space. Although the golden-clad middle-aged man looked familiar, he could not recall where he had seen him before. "Old man, is it because you're not wearing the mask that the soaring celestial emperor doesn't recognize you?" The elegant and beautiful woman standing next to the golden-clad middle-aged man asked with a smile on her face. Indeed, the soaring celestial emperor has a short memory. The golden-clad middle-aged man scoffed and said indifferently, "Mask." The soaring celestial emperor was taken aback by the beautiful woman's words. Then, a thought appeared in his mind. His face paled immediately, and his eyes widened in shock. It was him. Deliberately mystifying things. At this moment, the explosive flame celestial emperor, who was infuriated by his failed attacks, became even more furious when he saw the mysterious person who had attacked him earlier. He roared and turned into flames again. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge hammer shadow appeared in the flames. It was surrounded by boundless flames as it smashed towards the golden-robed middle-aged man. Exploding flame, stop. Exploding flame immortal emperor's sudden attack was out of soaring immortal emperor's expectation. When soaring immortal emperor realized who the opponent was, exploding flame immortal emperor had already attacked with all his might. Not only did he use his own immortal artifact, he even used all of the fused profundities that he had comprehended in the laws of fire. Clearly, he was extremely furious. He no longer held back and used his full strength to attack the golden-robed middle-aged man in the distance. The soaring celestial emperor ordered the explosive flame immortal emperor to attack. His voice was so loud that it was deafening. At this moment, the other titled celestial emperors who were fighting, including Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, and Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, retreated after a brief exchange of blows. With just a glance, they saw the golden-clad middle-aged man in the distance. At this moment, exploding flame immortal emperor seemed to have fused with the blazing hammer shadow. He unleashed a powerful force and smashed it toward the middle-aged man in a golden robe who was standing in the distance with an indifferent and expressionless face. The explosive flame immortal emperor had displayed his strength as a titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. If he joined forces with the soaring celestial emperor and the waterstaff celestial emperor earlier, I wouldn't have suffered such minor injuries. Xu Yai thought to herself when she saw this. She knew the soaring celestial emperor and the other two celestial emperors had gone easy on her. Even the explosive flame celestial emperor, Linglong celestial emperor, and the waterstaff celestial emperor did not use their full strength. If the soaring celestial emperor and the other two titled celestial emperors unleashed their full strength, she would only be able to fight two of them at the same time. Why is he here? Unlike Yu Fengyu and the Nirvanic celestial emperor, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor, the heavenly pool palace, did not react at all. Meng Chuan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the golden-clad middle-aged man. He did not expect the golden-clad middle-aged man would appear here. After all, the golden-clad middle-aged man was as famous as his elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. In fact, compared to the golden-clad middle-aged man, Meng Luo could only be considered a rising star. Even then, Meng Luo was only barely able to fight the golden-clad middle-aged man to a draw 100 years ago. Die! The explosive flame immortal emperor roared. His voice reverberated in the air like thunder. He was already enraged, and after using his full strength, not only did the power of flames roar out, but even his emotions were driven by the scorching flames. It was like a prairie fire that could not be controlled. Although the soaring celestial emperor's voice was not soft, it was extremely weak compared to the sound of the wind. Due to this reason, he could not hear him clearly. You think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden-robed middle-aged man smiled faintly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the explosive flame celestial emperor. In the next moment, the golden-clad middle-aged man disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the explosive flame immortal emperor. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The golden-clad middle-aged man looked at the explosive flame immortal emperor mockingly when he entered the explosive flame immortal emperor's attack range. Boom! Rumble! Facing the provocation of the golden-robed middle-aged man, the explosive flame immortal emperor, who was already enraged, unleashed the hammer shadow that was formed by the flames. It was like a rolling wave that overlapped with each other. Then, it unleashed its strongest power and smashed down on the golden-robed middle-aged man. A terrifying flame energy danced in the air and swept out, causing the air within a dozen miles to become scorching hot. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, as if it was earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, and it exploded in the void. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the hammer that resembled the fire god's hammer fell on the golden-clad middle-aged man's head. However, it seemed to have encountered some resistance and exploded in the air. The dazzling flames seemed to have transformed into fiery dragons that had escaped from their cages and fled in all directions. Humph! However, the golden-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly when the explosive flame Celestial Emperor's all-out attack only managed to cause the barrier above the golden-robed middle-aged man to tremble slightly. The golden-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. In the next moment, rip! Accompanied by a clear and ear-piercing tearing sound, a ferocious and terrifying spatial crack appeared in the void above the golden-robed middle-aged man. It was like the bloody mouth of a space behemoth. As it breathed and swallowed, it swallowed the flames that were still sweeping in all directions. After devouring the flames, a crisp and ear-piercing sound of glass shattering could be heard. The space in front of him started to fold in a strange manner. Then, it continued to spread out, as though it was forming a flight of stairs. The spatial crack seemed to have a life of its own as it slid down the stairs toward the explosive flame Immortal Emperor. Lord Ji Yunyan, please show mercy. At this moment, the soaring Celestial Emperor finally regained his senses and hurriedly cried out. However, his words were too late. Kai, 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 Kai. Although the explosive flame Immortal Emperor dodged when he saw the spatial crack moving toward him along the folded space, his body was strangely torn apart as if he was a piece of paper being cut off piece by piece. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial crack swallowed the explosive flame Immortal Emperor, who was cut into pieces like a piece of paper. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly see the explosive flame Immortal Emperor's body. When the explosive flame Immortal Emperor's body was torn apart like a piece of paper, he was no longer breathing. What a terrifying law of space! This was Duan Lingtian's first time witnessing such a terrifying law of space. Even the supreme powerhouse's divinity in his sleep had only fused 2 profundities from the law of space. However, the golden-clad middle-aged man's attack was not as simple as fusing 2 profundities from the law of space. In fact, the golden-clad middle-aged man's attack was much more powerful than fusing 3 profundities. Although it was not as powerful as fusing 4 profundities, it was not far off. The explosive flame Immortal Emperor, one of the titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, took the initiative to attack the golden-clad middle-aged man. However, the golden-clad middle-aged man had killed him with just a slight counterattack. Ji Yunyan. At this moment, the water-staff Celestial Emperor, who was standing next to the soaring Celestial Emperor, looked at the golden-clad figure in the distance. Her eyes narrowed, and she could not help but say in a trembling voice, "His Ji Yunyan? Duan Lingtian. Even Ji Yunyan helped him?" The golden-clad middle-aged man was Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Dragons, the fragmented element Celestial Emperor. When Ji Yunyan attacked, he had fused many profundities from the law of space. He could easily tear a person's life apart, just like how the explosive flame Immortal Emperor was torn apart like a piece of paper by Ji Yunyan. Chapter 3345. Fragmentary Element Immortal Emperor, Ji Yunyan. Among the titled Celestial Emperors present on the scene, only Meng Chuan and the soaring Celestial Emperor had seen him before. Moreover, the soaring Celestial Emperor had seen Ji Yunyan with his golden dragon mask. Because of this, Immortal Emperor Ling Kong only felt that Ji Yunyan looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. It was only when the elegant and beautiful woman beside Ji Yunyan spoke up that he recognized Ji Yunyan. When he recognized Ji Yunyan, the explosive flame Immortal Emperor attacked Ji Yunyan furiously. Although he wanted to stop the explosive flame Immortal Emperor, he was one step too late and the explosive flame Immortal Emperor was killed by Ji Yunyan. He's the fragmentary element immortal emperor, Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the Wanshou Heaven's dragons. I've long heard of the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Now that I've met him in person, it seems like he really lives up to his reputation. The explosive flame celestial emperor is a powerful titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, but is nothing compared to the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Too strong. Apart from Meng Chuan and the Ling Kong celestial emperor, the other titled celestial emperors present on the scene had only heard of Ji Yunyan. At this moment, the eyes of the few titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji, lit up. Ji Yunyan's arrival was beyond their expectations. However, after Ji Yunyan showed up and attacked, they realized something. Ji Yunyan was a friend, not an enemy. Elder Ji Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Ji Yunyan with an unsightly expression. The explosive flame celestial emperor, the soaring celestial emperor, and the water staff celestial emperor were all sent by his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. But now, the explosive flame immortal emperor was killed by this person. The explosive flame celestial emperor was sent by my grandfather to help me deal with these fugitives. Why did you kill him? Shouldn't you give an explanation? Yu Fengyu's tone became increasingly gloomy as he spoke. Others were afraid of Ji Yunyan's strength, but he wasn't. Just like how he didn't dare to kill Meng Chuan, Ji Yunyan didn't dare to touch him easily because he had Heavenly the Arch-Boundless behind him. As for the exploding flame immortal emperor, he knew that Ji Yunyan only dared to kill him because he thought the exploding flame immortal emperor was not important in the eyes of his grandfather. However, even though he knew what was going on, he still questioned Ji Yunyan. After all, morale was very important at this time. It was not difficult to notice that both the soaring celestial emperor and the water staff celestial emperor were thinking of retreating after the explosive flame celestial emperor was killed by Ji Yunyan. You want an explanation? Ji Yunyan glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently and said, I'm afraid you're not qualified to talk to me, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If your grandfather comes here personally, I might be able to give him an explanation. In other words, Elder Ji, you intend to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven? Yu Fengyu didn't expect Ji Yunyan to not give him any face. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes shot out waves of coldness, like knives and swords. If looks could kill, Ji Yunyan would have been killed countless times by Yu Fengyu. It's fine if you think so, Ji Yunyan said nonchalantly, completely ignoring the threat in Yu Fengyu's words. Yu Fengyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he could only send a message to his grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven had only sent the soaring Celestial Emperor, the Water Staff Celestial Emperor, and the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor because he felt the three of them were enough to help his grandson. He did not expect Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons of the Wanshou Heaven, would come as well. Ji Yunyan doesn't give me any face at all? I'll go over. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven's tone darkened when he learned about Ji Yunyan's brazenness. Yu Fengyu's eyes lit up when he heard his grandfather was coming. Elder Ji, my grandfather will be here soon. Do you want to wait for him or run away like a rat before he arrives? Yu Fengyu asked meaningfully as he looked at Ji Yunyan with a piercing gaze. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, Ji Yunyan's expression darkened slightly. Then, in just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yu Fengyu. Bang! While Yu Fengyu was using his power to defend himself, Ji Yunyan's power was even stronger. The violent spatial power easily destroyed Yu Fengyu's power and landed on Yu Fengyu's chest, sending him flying. Blurg! Yu Fengyu was sent flying like an arrow. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew for nearly 100 meters before he finally came to a stop. Palace Master. The expressions of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors changed drastically when they saw Yu Fengyu was severely injured. They glared at Yu Fengyu with a hint of dread in their eyes. Ji Yunyan looked at Yu Fengyu indifferently as he said, so many years have passed, but you haven't improved at all. Even that little girl is much stronger than you. As soon as Ji Yunyan finished speaking, he turned to look at the woman standing nearby. She was none other than Shu Ya. Based on Ji Yunyan's words, it was obvious he had been watching from above the clouds all this while. What? You want to spar with me? Ji Yunyan glanced at the heavenly pool palaces titled Celestial Emperors and said indifferently, if you want to, come at me together. Ji Yunyan was indeed arrogant. However, based on the heavenly pool palaces titled Celestial Emperors looking at each other, it was not difficult to tell that Ji Yunyan was arrogant. After all, he had the right to be arrogant. Ji Yunyan suddenly turned to look at Yang Xiaotian. No wonder I thought you looked familiar. Aren't you the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor? Since when did a little wolf like you come to the heavenly pool palace? Why didn't you obediently follow the three-eyed Celestial Emperor and come to the heavenly pool palace? Ji Yunyan shook his head when he finished speaking. Senior Ji. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was not angered by Ji Yunyan's reprimand. Instead, he said awkwardly, I had a little conflict with my big brother, so I came out to relax. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's eyes when he looked at Ji Yunyan. He had met Ji Yunyan a few times in the past. Naturally, he had met Ji Yunyan with his big brother, Yang Jian. Yang Jian had looked for Ji Yunyan to spar with him. In the beginning, he was defeated by Ji Yunyan. It was only recently that Ji Yunyan managed to turn the tables around and end up in a tie with Ji Yunyan. After all, Ji Yunyan was not any weaker than his big brother, Yang Jian. Yes. Ji Yunyan nodded slightly. Elder Ji. At this moment, Yu Fengyu finally recovered from his injuries. He looked at Ji Yunyan from afar and asked in a deep voice, why are you interfering in the Heavenly Pool Palace's business? You'll have to ask the three little fellows next to me, Ji Yunyan said indifferently. Ji Yunyan said indifferently. When he said the word little guy, his tone became much gentler. It was as if he was a completely different person from his previous domineering attitude. Everyone, including Yu Fengyu and Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the three young men standing behind the beautiful woman. Meanwhile, the beautiful eyes of the young woman in golden clothes spun mischievously as she grinned at the other two. Little black, little white, I told the two of you long ago. Big brother Ling Tian definitely won't be able to recognize us. Am I right? All right, you win. The young woman dressed in white said helplessly. Because the current atmosphere was a little quiet, even though the voices of the two were not loud, it was still clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Everyone, including Pei Yuanji and Yu Fengyu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when the young woman dressed in golden robes mentioned brother Ling Tian, there was only one person present whose name was Ling Tian. Little black. Little white. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian completely turned a deaf ear to everyone's gazes. This was because he was also shocked by the words of the two young women before him. Little black, little white, how familiar and affectionate they were. When Duan Lingtian looked at the three young men standing in front of him, a thought flashed in his mind. Is it them? They've grown so big. In his memory, although the three little fellows had transformed into humans, they still looked like children. However, the three young men standing in front of him looked like they were about the same age as him. Besides that, he'd felt that these three people were slightly familiar earlier, but he just couldn't figure out why they were familiar. Yet now, he'd completely recovered from his shock. It turned out that these three people were the two little pythons and the little gold mouse from all those years ago. Brother Ling Tian. The young man in black clothes with a cold expression was the first to fly forward and arrive before Duan Lingtian. He squeezed out a smile on his face, and his originally cold and indifferent eyes became extremely gentle as his body slightly trembled. Little black? Duan Lingtian asked tentatively as he sized up the black-clad young man who was as tall as him. Although he could vaguely confirm the other party's identity, he was still in a daze. It's me. When the black-clad young man heard Duan Lingtian calling him Little Black, his eyes lit up immediately. Then, he lost his composure and stepped forward. Both of his hands were frozen in midair as his body trembled violently from excitement. It turned into a pair of gentle eyes, and faint tears rolled down his cheeks. Ha ha! Little Black, it's really you. Du and Lingtian stepped forward and hugged Little Black naturally. Both of them hugged each other tightly like brothers who had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the excitement in Du and Lingtian's eyes, it was obvious he could not control his emotions. It had been 200 years. He had not seen Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold for more than 200 years. The three of them had grown up. Chapter 3346. When he was young, Du and Lingtian had already met Little Black and Little White. At that time, they were just two special little pythons. Later on, after a few transformations, they had all taken human form. After that, they mysteriously disappeared with Little Gold in the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm. After that, Du and Lingtian did not have any news about them. Sometimes, he even wondered if they had met with misfortune. Every time, he did not dare to think about it. As for Little Gold, she was also a little golden mouse that he had met when he was young. She had accompanied him for a long time. Brother Lingtian. When Du and Lingtian and Little Black had just separated, a golden figure rushed over and threw herself into Du and Lingtian's arms. It was the young woman in golden clothes. Ha ha! Little Gold has become a big girl. Du and Lingtian laughed. At the same time, he could clearly feel Little Gold's excitement and saw the tears flowing down her face. He quickly patted her back and comforted her. Silly girl, it's good to be reunited. Don't cry, don't cry. Little Gold, are you done hugging? At this moment, the white-clad young woman who seemed calm and elegant suddenly frowned when she saw Little Gold hugging Du and Lingtian for a long time without letting go. She seemed a little displeased when she saw Little Gold hugging Du and Lingtian tightly. What? Do you want to hug Brother Lingtian too? If you don't want to hug him, I won't let you hug him. Little Gold laughed when she heard Little White's voice. She made a face at Little White and hugged Du and Lingtian even harder. Little White snorted and pushed Little Gold away. She took half of Du and Lingtian's arms and leaned her head on Du and Lingtian's chest. Tears flowed down her face involuntarily. Brother Lingtian, Little White missed you so much. I finally found you. Even the fourth elder of the dragon clan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the beautiful woman standing not far away. This was the first time she had seen Little White like this. All along, Xiao Bai had been very sensible, independent, and bright in front of her. Not to mention shedding tears, even the slightest bit of emotion was rare. Only then did she know that Little White still had one more year. It was to the extent that even Blackie, who was usually cold, lost his composure in front of this purple-clothed young man. It was the same for the mischievous Xiao Jin. No wonder Little Black and Little White insisted on being surnamed Duan instead of Ji like the rest of the clan. So it was all because of this young man. Currently, Ji Ningyun also knew that the purple-clad young man whom the three little fellows missed so much was Duan Lingtian. The reason why the three of them had the surname Duan was most likely because of him. Yun take them away. At this moment, the fragmentary element Celestial Emperor, Ji Yunyan, the first elder of the dragons, said bluntly to Ji Ningyun, I'll stay and wait for the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that old friend of mine for many years. When I'm done catching up with my old friends, I'll look for you. Ji Yunyan said. All right. Ji Ningyun replied as she looked at the three little fellows and Duan Lingtian. If you want to catch up, let's go somewhere else. Don't disturb the old man from catching up with the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. After she spoke, Ji Ningyun did not seem to have done anything, but a pure and holy white energy was like the dawn that suddenly lit up in the darkness. Once it appeared, it seemed to cause all things in the surroundings to fade. Let's go. Ji Ningyun cried out before the pure white energy wrapped around Duan Lingtian and the others and brought them away. Senior, please bring Senior Lianqiu with you. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Ningyun respectfully before he turned to look at Lianqiu in the distance. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Ji Ningyun's energy swept out again and brought Lianqiu with her. Lianqiu thanked Ji Ningyun profusely. Thank you, Senior. Brother Pei, all of you should leave as well, Duan Lingtian said loudly to Pei Yuanji. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled celestial emperors who were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison made their moves and left the Thousand Chains prison. From the beginning until the end, the group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace could only watch helplessly. Of course, when they glanced at the figure in dark golden robes standing not far away from them from the corner of their eyes, waves of intense fear appeared on their faces at the same time. Similarly, the soaring celestial emperor and the water-staff celestial emperor did not dare to make a move. Damn it! I can't believe Du and Lingtian managed to escape. Lei Ying's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect Du and Lingtian would be able to escape under such circumstances. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Ji Yunian. Naturally, she only dared to show her hatred when Ji Yunian was not looking at her. If Ji Yunian looked at her now, she could only lower her head and hide her hatred. With Ji Yunian's strength, even if she was at her peak, she would still die if she fought him, let alone when she was heavily injured. Moreover, Ji Yunian only needed a thought to kill her with his domineering spatial energy. Ji Yunian's mastery of the law of space was comparable to some heavenly emperors who were skilled in the law of space. Moreover, he could even revert to his true form as a 9-clawed divine dragon. Even if he fought the weakest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, he would still be able to defeat them. In just a few moments, no matter if it was Du and Lingtian, Pei Yuanji, or Du and Lingtian, they had already left. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and Meng Chang Celestial Emperor, had been recovering from his injuries. After about 15 minutes, he looked at Ji Yunian with an unsightly expression on his face. Elder Ji, it's one thing for you to protect Du and Lingtian, but why do you have to meddle in other people's business as well? Especially Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. My grandfather was the one who imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. Are you trying to offend my grandfather by letting him go? Yu Fengyu asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, Ji Yunian glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently and said, I only showed up to save Du and Lingtian. What does the others have to do with me? Naturally, it's fine if you think of it as me saving them. Ji Yunian's expression was indifferent when he finished speaking. Upon hearing Ji Yunian's words, the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were infuriated. Based on Ji Yunian's words, it seemed like he did not intend to protect the others. However, 15 minutes had already passed. Even if they wanted to chase after the others, it was already too late. It was impossible for them to catch up. The 4th elder of the dragons, the condensing cloud celestial emperor. Although Du and Lingtian had guessed the beautiful woman was a titled celestial emperor when she brought him, Little Black, Little White, Little Gold, and Lian Qiu away, he did not expect her to be a titled celestial emperor. He did not expect her to be the 4th elder of the dragons. Although the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were on par with the Heavenly Pool Palace of the Boundless Heavenly Pool and the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the Solitary Destructive Heavenly Pool, they were much stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. In fact, even 10 heaven-grade forces like the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain would not be a match for one of the dragons. The dragons were one of the strongest heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly emperors of ordinary Devata realms would not dare to provoke the dragons. There were more than a dozen titled celestial emperors among the dragons. Moreover, the weakest titled celestial emperor was on par with Xu Lang, Du and Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, they might even be stronger than Xu. After all, titled celestial emperors among the dragons were capable of transforming into 9-clawed divine dragons. Most importantly, there was one more thing. Rumor had it that one of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms was also a member of the dragons. Although the heavenly emperor had established his own heavenly palace, he was still a member of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. However, if something happened to the dragons, he would not let the matter rest. Moreover, in terms of strength, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was ranked in the upper middle tier among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, whereas the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was ranked in the lower middle tier among the heavenly emperors. Brother Ling Tian, let's go to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I heard Sister Huan is with you. Where is she? Little Gold asked curiously. She's waiting for me in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior Lian Qiu is Huaner's father. Then, Duan Lingtian turned to Lian Qiu and introduced his 3 grown children to Lian Qiu. Senior Lian Qiu, they're my younger siblings. I've known them since I was a teenager in the mundane realm. All right. Lian Qiu smiled. Since his wife was a phantom fox, he had a special fondness for celestial beasts. Little black, little white, and little gold. What happened to you in the Saint Province realms beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Back then, the 3 little fellows had entered the beyond Heaven's secret zone to look for him. However, after he left, they did not come out. Since then, there had been no news of them. Brother Lingtian, at that time, we were taken to the 10,000 beasts heaven, Little White said. Xiao Bai began to recount everything that had happened back then. She said that she and Xiao Hei had gone to the Dragon Tribe, and Xiao Jin had gone to the Blood Moon Ridge. She also told Duan Lingtian about their experiences over the years. We thought we were stronger than you, Brother Lingtian, but today, we realized we're still weaker than you. Little Gold smiled bitterly. Earlier, Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven Secret Zone, had been hiding in the clouds to watch the battle. Therefore, they had witnessed how Duan Lingtian defeated a titled Celestial Emperor. Since they were too far away, even if Duan Lingtian had used the 5 divine elements power, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven Secret Zone, Ji Yunyan would not be able to detect it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried about the 5 divine elements in his body being exposed when he heard Little Gold's words. Fortunately, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven Secret Zone intervened in time. Otherwise, I would have used the 5 divine elements power. Duan Lingtian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the battle with the soaring Celestial Emperor, the explosive flame Celestial Emperor, and the water staff Celestial Emperor. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3347. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was so close to revealing the power of the 5 divine elements to the titled Celestial Emperors. Once the 5 divine elements were exposed, Duan Lingtian would become a rare treasure in the eyes of the titled Celestial Emperors. After all, there was no one who did not want the 5 divine elements. Even if the 5 divine elements were low-grade, they would be able to increase the chances of a titled Celestial Emperor who had comprehended the laws of the 5 divine elements to become a god. Becoming a god was the dream of every titled Celestial Emperor. In the Devata realms, only a handful of heavenly emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms managed to become gods. Based on this, many people, including the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, would go crazy if the 5 divine elements were exposed. At that time, Duan Lingtian would become everyone's enemy in every Devata realm. Brother Lingtian, where's Sister Ke and Sister Fei? Did you ascend with them? Little Gold asked curiously. Ke, Fei. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. They didn't ascend with me. In fact, they're not even in the Devata realms. They're not in the Devata realms? Little Gold frowned. That's impossible. Little Black, Little White, and I returned to the Saint Province realm. However, we didn't find you, Brother Lingtian, Sister Ke, and Sister Fei in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Little Black and Little White also turned to look at Duan Lingtian. They're in the Divine Offering Land, one of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian replied in a low voice. Realms of gods? Divine Offering Land? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black frowned slightly. They had more or less heard of the realms of gods, but they had never heard of the Divine Offering Land. Even Ji Ningyun, the 4th elder of the dragons, turned her attention to Duan Lingtian. After all, even she had to look up to the plane of gods. Brother Lingtian, why are Sister Ke and Sister Fei in a realm of gods? Little White asked doubtfully. Little White, Little Gold, and Little Black had left the mundane realm before Yunqing Yang brought Ke, Li Fei, and the others to the Divine Offering Land. Because of this, they did not know what happened later. Faced with Little White's doubts, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and explained everything in detail. After so many years, Duan Lingtian's eyes were still burning with rage when he mentioned the past buried in the depths of his heart. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly because of his anger. The Yun family of the world of divine remains. Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons, could not help but gasp when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Senior, do you know about the Yun family of the world of divine remains? At the same time, Little Gold asked Ji Ningyun in confusion. Flames of anger burned in the depths of her eyes. She did not expect Sister Ku Sister Fei and her little nephew and niece would be forcefully taken to the divine offering land by someone called Yun Qingyang. If possible, she would have helped Ling Tian to save Sister Ke, Sister Fei and the others from the divine offering land. I know a little. Ji Ningyun said solemnly, the Yun family is considered a big family in the divine offering land. Not only that, but they're also very powerful. Any elder in the Yun family is a god with extraordinary strength. Even an ordinary servant in the Yun clan or a young disciple with outstanding innate talent is a titled celestial emperor. Moreover, they're not ordinary titled celestial emperors. Although they didn't go to the title temple to obtain a title, they're stronger than most titled celestial emperors, Ji Ningyun said. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, aware of Ji Ningyun's words. After all, Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, by a servant of the Yun family. As it turns out, the person who forced Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell was from the Yun family of the divine offering land. Moreover, it was because of you. Ji Ningyun sighed as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Senior Feng Qingyang would be implicated as well. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. However, I didn't expect you to be Feng Qingyang's successor in the mundane realm. As far as I know, he doesn't have any formal disciples. He doesn't even have half a formal disciple like you. Ji Ningyun looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Why didn't you go to the solitary destructive heaven to look for him? I only learned about Senior Feng Qingyang's safe return from the Azura Hell and regained his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, at that time, I thought I was only his successor in the mundane realms. Perhaps, he had other successors in the Devata realms and other mundane realms as well. Therefore, I thought I might be rejected if I went there recklessly. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Shut the door. You're thinking too much. Ji Ningyun shook her head and said, Feng Qingyang is arrogant and aloof in front of those he's not close to. However, he's very kind to those he's close to. Back then, he had a battle with the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, and they became good friends. Later on, when the patriarch came to him for help, he agreed to help without any hesitation. Ji Ningyun looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, based on his character, he'll definitely acknowledge you as his successor. Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor? Lian Qiu, who was standing at the side, was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already his future son-in-law. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a close relationship with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, he felt his daughter had found a treasure. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was like a god to Lian Qiu, a disciple from the heavenly sword mountain. In fact, most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven regarded Feng Qingyang as a god. Unfortunately, even Senior Meng Chuan can't contact him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Meng Chuan? No wonder I thought the person fighting the palace master of the heavenly pool palace looked familiar. As it turns out, his Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor under Feng Qingyang. He's the younger brother of the heavenly savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. Realization dawned on Ji Ningyun as she asked, since Meng Chuan can help you, why didn't you ask the other titled Celestial Emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? If there were enough titled Celestial Emperors, you wouldn't have to fight the heavenly pool palace. You could have killed your way out before the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven appeared. Ji Ningyun could not help but feel puzzled when she finished speaking. Based on Senior Meng Chuan's words, he can't contact Senior Feng Qingyang or his elder brother. It seems like he's not sure how important I am to Senior Feng Qingyang. That's why he can't ask the other titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Duan Lingtian explained Meng Chuan's purpose in coming here today was to keep you Feng Yu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, busy. I see. Ji Ningyun nodded. Brother Lingtian, there are still more than 700 years before the passage between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opens. With our current strength, we might be able to kill our way into the world of divine offering and rescue Big Sister Ku-er and Big Sister Fei-er after 700 years, Little White comforted Duan Lingtian. Although Blackie did not say anything, his eyes flashed coldly when Xiao Bai mentioned the divine offering land. A wave of killing intent rose in the air. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I've already survived for more than 200 years. 700 years won't make much of a difference. I just hope they'll have a good life in the divine offering land. A hint of worry could be seen in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he spoke. Brother Lingtian. Little Gold could see Duan Lingtian's worry, so she changed the topic and asked with a smile, "Tell us about Sister Huan-er. How did you meet her? This time, you've risked your life for her." In addition to deliberately changing the topic, Xiao Jin was also quite curious about this. Huan-er, Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a daze as he said, "We met 200 years ago." Then, he told Little Gold about how he met Huan-er. Lian Qiu smiled wryly as he said, "It's all because of me. If I wasn't imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace, Xian-er wouldn't have come looking for me. Otherwise, Huan-er wouldn't have been abandoned. It's fortunate she met you. It seems like Xian-er wasn't lying to me when she told me that she had sought the help of an elder in the Phantom Fox clan who could foresee the heavenly secrets of her clan," Lian Qiu said. In Lian Qiu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was Huan-er's savior. "Senior Lian Qiu, I'll return to the Saint Province realm with you," Duan Lingtian said to Lian Qiu. Then, he looked at Little Gold, and Little White before he asked, "Do you three want to return to the Saint Province realm with us or return to the 10,000 Beasts heaven?" "Brother Lingtian, we'll return with you. We'd like to meet Sister Huan-er as well," Little Gold said with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little White and Little Black did not reply. Instead, they looked at Ji Ningyun. "It's rare for all of you to reunite. Why don't you return to the Saint Province realm with us? I'd like to visit Little White and Little Black's hometown as well." Ji Ningyun smiled. "Senior." Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. He looked at Ji Ningyun and asked solemnly, "Senior Ji Yunyan is there. Will he be fine when the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven arrives?" Although the dragons had a powerful background and were supported by a heavenly emperor, Duan Lingtian was the Grand Elder of the boundless heaven. As the Grand Elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan had a high status among the dragons. If something happened to Ji Yunyan, the dragons would definitely stand up for him. However, the heavenly emperor who had left the dragons might not make a move. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3348. Ji Ningyun was taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Little White and Little Gold, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. Even Xiao Hei had a faint smile on his face. It was apparent the three little fellows were laughing because of Duan Lingtian's question to Ji Ningyun. "What's wrong?" This time, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to be slightly puzzled. Was there a problem with his earlier question? "Brother Lingtian," Little Gold asked with a smile, "do you know there's a heavenly emperor among the dragons who's now a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm?" "I've heard of it." Duan Lingtian nodded. With this in mind, he was certain the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would not dare to offend the dragon clan. However, that did not mean the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would not dare to provoke the dragons, the Grand Elder of the dragons. The relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Emperor who left the Dragon Clan was naturally close. The latter would definitely not easily watch the Dragon Clan be bullied. However, the Great Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Yunyan, and the Heavenly Emperor who left the Dragon Clan, might not care. Then, do you know the relationship between the Heavenly Emperor and Ji Yunyan? Little Gold asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked, Is it possible that Elder Ji Yunyan is closely related to the Heavenly Emperor of the Dragons? Elder Ji Yunyan is a direct descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. His senior Ji Yunyan's great-grandfather. Little Gold smiled and said, moreover, when Elder Ji Yunyan was very young, he was brought to his great-grandfather's heavenly palace and stayed there for 1,000 years. That's how he became what he is today. Even if Elder Ji Yunyan is not as strong as the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think he would dare to provoke Senior Ji Yunyan? In the circle of Heavenly Emperors, the relationship between Elder Ji Yunyan and the Heavenly Emperor is not a secret. Xiao Jin finished in one breath. After hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. At the same time, he finally understood why the fourth elder of the dragons wasn't worried about her husband's safety at all. Apart from that, the first elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan, had a fearless expression on his face when he learned that the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor was coming. It turned out that the great elder of the dragons had such a backer. You worried for nothing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian was very grateful to the first elder of the dragons. Not only had he saved him, but he had also saved Senior Lian Qiu, Big Brother Pei Yuanji, and the others. Big Brother Pei Yuanji. Upon thinking about the others, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Pei Yuanji. We're planning to return to the Saint Province realm. Do you want to go with us to see Huan Er? Back when he was still in the Thousand Chains prison, he had already exchanged soul orbs with Pei Yuanji, so they could communicate directly. I'm not going. Pei Yuanji replied through voice transmission, since Du Xian has come out, I'll be able to answer to her. I'll continue on my path. I hope we'll meet again in the future. Pei Yuanji nodded. We will. After replying, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. Senior Meng Chuan, have you left? Earlier, when they left with Pei Yuanji and the others, Duan Lingtian saw the Jade Rainbow Immortal Emperor, Meng Chuan, still there. I just left. Meng Chuan replied through voice transmission, I don't want to stay there and be a punching bag. A punching bag? Duan Lingtian was stunned. When the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrives, he won't be able to do anything to Ji Yunyan. At that time, I'm afraid he'll vent all his anger on me. Although he definitely won't dare to kill me, it won't be a problem for him to torture me. So, I'd better take advantage of the fact that that old man hasn't arrived yet and leave first. Meng Chuan smiled. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but fall silent. Indeed, Senior Meng Chuan's plan was very thorough. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you'd be able to get the Grand Elder of the Dragons to help you. If I knew he'd help you, I wouldn't have stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meng Chuan sighed. I didn't expect it either. Duan Lingtian said, similarly, I didn't expect Ji Yunyan to come. Alright, I'll see you next time. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, I'll mention you to him. If he wants to see you, I'll bring you to the Boundless Heaven. Meng Chuan said, you'll still be in the Boundless Heaven, right? Communication celestial talismans could only be used to send messages within the same Devata realm. Even the best communication celestial talismans could only be used to send messages across different Devata realms. It was impossible to send messages across realms. I'll be in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, Senior Feng Qingyang's hometown. As for the Boundless Heaven, initially, Duan Lingtian wanted to say that he would not return to the Boundless Heaven. However, when he thought about his teacher, Shu Lang, his senior brothers, and senior sisters, especially his eldest senior sister who had protected him the first time they met, he could not help but hesitate. Would he really not return to the Boundless Heaven? Under normal circumstances, I won't return to the Boundless Heaven. Duan Lingtian said. Which Devata realm do you plan to go to after leaving the mundane realm? If the Heavenly Emperor wishes to see you, I'll have to find a place to send you a message, right? The 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, or the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Duan Lingtian replied. If you can't find me in those Devata realms, the mundane realms, or the Saint Province realm, you can look for me in the Boundless Heaven. Perhaps, I'll return to the Boundless Heaven. Duan Lingtian added. The mundane realms, the Saint Province realm, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Boundless Heaven. All right, I'll remember that. Meng Chuan replied. Duan Lingtian was about to send a message to Xu Lang when he remembered he had given Xu Lang's soul pearl to someone else before he was sent to the Thousand Chains prison. It seems like I can only contact second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior brother. When Duan Lingtian thought about his senior brothers and senior sisters who probably did not know the ins and outs of the matter, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he felt slightly guilty. Although he did not intend to use them, even if the Heavenly Pool Palace did not punish them for leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace, they would still be looked down upon by the other Heavenly Pool Palace disciples in the future. After all, there was a traitor among them. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, and his third senior sister, Hu Mai. He was the most familiar with both of them. Third senior sister, please apologize to teacher on my behalf when you see him. Sixth senior brother, please apologize to teacher and eldest senior sister on my behalf when you see them. Whether it was Hu Mai or Hong Fei, they were confused when they received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Little junior brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hu Mai was confused. Little junior brother, what's going on? Hong Fei was confused as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about the prisoners escaping from the Thousand Chains prison, right? Duan Lingtian asked through the voice transmission. It had been a while since the incident had happened. Only the 9 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were chasing after them. The others must have spread the news. I just heard. It seems that a genius disciple released all the prisoners. Hu Mai replied. Yes, I heard about it. Moreover, someone said that you were the one who released the prisoners. I refuted them. Our eldest senior sister is one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Little junior brother, you didn't do it, right? Hong Fei did not seem to care at first. However, when he thought about what Duan Lingtian had said earlier, he wondered if he should apologize to their teacher and eldest senior sister. With this thought in mind, Hong Fei hesitated for a moment before he asked. It's me. Duan Lingtian replied. Hong Fei fell silent. Meanwhile, Hu Mai also fell silent when she received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Why? Hu Mai asked. At the same time, her voice became cold and solemn. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Hu Mai fell silent again. After a while, she finally said, Little junior brother, I understand. Third senior sisters, all of you will forever be my senior brothers and senior sisters. In the future, if there's anything that I, Duan Lingtian, can help with, I'll definitely do my best to help. Duan Lingtian was naturally moved when he heard Hu Mai's words. You'll always be third senior sister's little junior brother. Forever. Hu Mai said, moreover, I know eldest senior sister's character very well. Since she tried so hard to get you to leave, I'm sure she's just being polite. If she really wanted you to stay, why would she help you? Hu Mai chimed in. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little junior brother, what's going on? Why did you release those prisoners? Hong Fei asked when he regained his senses. Sixth senior brother, I've already told third senior sister the ins and outs of the matter. If you want to know, just ask her directly. Now, I'll be leaving the boundless heaven. Don't forget what I told you to do. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he left the boundless heaven with the 3 little fellows, Lian Qiu, and Ji Ningyun, and made their way to the Saint Province realm. The last time he returned to the Saint Province realm, he had returned with Huan Er. However, this time, he returned with the 3 little fellows. This made Duan Lingtian feel very different. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian immediately brought everyone back to his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Huan Er was waiting for him in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Brother Lingtian. Huan Er looked like a peerless beauty who had walked out of a painting as she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms like a gust of wind. The 3 little fellows and Ji Ningyun's eyes lit up when they saw Huan Er. Before this, they could not believe such a peerless beauty existed in this world. Chapter 3349. Although Huan did not follow Duan Lingtian to save Lian Qiu and his wife, she still felt a great deal of pressure in her heart. In fact, she had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. If anything happened to brother Ling Tian while he was trying to save her parents, she would die with him. This was the promise she made when Duan Lingtian forced her to stay in the mundane realm. This was her bottom line. Now that she saw Ling Tian had returned safely, it was only natural that she was happy. She even forgot about her father, Lian Qiu. Lian Qiu stood at the side and looked at the woman who was hugging Duan Lingtian with a dazed expression on his face. Xian, do you see this? At this moment, a snow-white phantom fox had appeared in Lian Qiu's arms. The phantom fox's injuries had healed a lot. In fact, it was already able to open its eyes with great effort. When it saw Huan hugging the purple-clad young man, its eyes shone with excitement. Huan seemed to have sensed the phantom fox's gaze. She left Duan Lingtian's arms and walked up to Lian Qiu. She nodded at Lian Qiu, but she did not address him as father. She looked at the phantom fox in Lian Qiu's arms. Huan, is that you? My daughter. Is that you? A series of voice transmissions rang in Huan's ears. To her, this voice was heavenly. Moreover, it had been more than 200 years since she last heard this voice. Mother, it's me, Huan replied. At the same time, her white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. A gigantic phantom fox the size of a small mountain appeared behind her. It looked noble and holy. When the white fox appeared, whether it was Ji Ningyun, Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold, they all clearly sensed the pressure from the depths of their souls. It felt as though the phantom fox was a celestial beast that was more powerful and noble than their true forms. In other words, it was no longer a celestial beast. After all, their true forms were already top immortal beasts among top immortal beasts. This is, Ji Ningyun narrowed her eyes when she saw the white fox's silhouette. She was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, 1,000 phantoms ice fox. 1,000 phantoms ice fox? Upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold finally regained their senses. They looked at Huan in shock. At the same time, they finally understood why the silhouette behind Huan exerted such pressure on them. It turned out to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Whether it was the Wanshou Heaven's dragons or the Wanshou Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge, they were both heaven-grade forces with the longest legacies in the Wanshou Heaven. They had deep foundations and strong foundations that other heaven-grade forces like the Boundless Heaven's Heaven Pool Palace and the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heaven Sword Ridge could not compare to. Because of this, the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge would impart to them some common knowledge about demon beasts to them when they were not cultivating. This included some divine beasts that had appeared in the history of the Devata realms. For example, there was a 10-clawed divine dragon among the dragons. A 10-clawed divine dragon would appear once every 100,000 years. The 10-clawed divine dragon was a 10-clawed divine dragon. The heavenly emperor of a Devata realm was a 10-clawed divine dragon. He was the only 10-clawed divine dragon in the history of the dragons in the Wanshou Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge. There were also divine beasts in the Blood Moon Ridge. However, unlike the 10-clawed divine dragon that appeared once every 100,000 years, the appearance of a divine beast in the Blood Moon Ridge depended on luck. Over a long period of time, only one divine beast would appear every several 100,000 years. Sometimes, 2 or more divine beasts would appear in the Blood Moon Ridge. In the history of the Blood Moon Ridge, the most famous divine beast was the 9-depths god-slaying mouse. The current lord of Blood Moon Ridge was a direct descendant of the 9-depths god-slaying mouse. Currently, many powerhouses in the Blood Moon Ridge were rat-type celestial beasts. For example, the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge and the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge were rat-type celestial beasts. Due to this reason, Little Gold, who had obtained the legacy blood pool from Blood Moon Ridge in the mundane realm, had undergone an extraordinary transformation and was now a top-tier celestial beast, was treated very well in Blood Moon Ridge. Moreover, the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his own granddaughter. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is a divine beast that appears once every 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't expect to see 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in my lifetime. Ji Ning-yoon sighed emotionally. Then, she turned to look at Little Black and Little White as she thought to herself, in the history of the Devata realms, the Dragon Clan's 10-clawed divine dragon only appears once every 100,000 years, but the Phantom Fox Clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox might not appear. However, if 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appears once every 1,000,000 years, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear as well. It seems like a 10-clawed divine dragon will appear soon. Little Black and Little White have the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. Who will it be? Ji Ning-yoon was very curious about this matter. The high-ranking dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven had met more than once. They all agreed that Little Black or Little White had the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. Both of them had the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. You're Hwan-er, right? Let me treat your mother, Ji Ning-yoon said with a faint smile as she walked up to Hwan-er. Hwan-er looked at Duan Lingtian for the first time after hearing Ji Ning-yoon's words. When she saw Duan Lingtian nodding, she nodded at Ji Ning-yoon and stepped aside. You have a good daughter. Ji Ning-yoon nodded at Lian Qiu and the white fox in his arms. She narrowed her eyes and a white holy energy shot out from her body. It was like holy light that enveloped the white fox in Lian Qiu's arms. In the next moment, the white fox's external injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've long heard that the law of light is even better than the law of wood when it comes to healing injuries. It seems like the rumors are true. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In just half an hour, Ji Ning-yoon had healed the white fox's external injuries. She had also healed most of its internal injuries. When Ji Ning-yoon retracted her hand, sweat could be seen dripping down her forehead. However, as soon as she withdrew her hand, the sweat evaporated. Swoosh. At the same time, the white fox in Lian Qiu's arms disappeared. It was replaced by a woman in a white dress who resembled Hwan-er. Thank you, fourth elder. The woman was none other than Du Xian. As soon as she appeared, she thanked Ji Ning-yoon. Although she was severely injured, she could not communicate with the outside world. She was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. Although she was in Lian Qiu's little world, she was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. All right. Ji Ning-yoon nodded at Du Xian. Mother. When she saw that Du Xian had transformed into a human and looked exactly the same as when she left, she was very excited. She quickly rushed forward and hugged Du Xian. You've grown up. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. When I left, I was worried that something might have happened to you. However, I had no choice but to leave because I didn't want to see your father one last time. I was selfish. Please don't blame me, all right? Upon seeing the family reunited, Duan Lingtian and Ji Ning-yoon exchanged a look before they left with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Duan Lingtian, what do you plan to do next? Ji Ning-yoon asked Duan Lingtian. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, his eyes glinted. However, I'll try my best to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible. Only after he became a celestial emperor would he be able to fuse profundities from the law of space. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying a supreme powerhouse's divinity was, he would not be able to fuse profundities from the law of space. If you don't have any plans, you can come to the dragons, Ji Ning-yoon said with a smile. Then, she glanced at Little Black and Little White who were standing at the side and said, I'm sure these two little fellows want you to come with us to the dragons as well. As soon as Ji Ning-yoon finished speaking, Little Black and Little White turned to look at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Just as Ji Ning-yoon had said, Duan Lingtian's words were true. If it was possible, they, naturally, hoped that Lingtian would come with them to the dragons. Brother Lingtian, come with us. We'll cultivate together. When the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the divine offering land opens in 700 years, we'll go and rescue Sister Ke and Sister Fei. Little White said to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, if you don't want to go to the dragons, you can come to the Blood Moon Ridge. After all, the Blood Moon Ridge isn't inferior to the dragons. Little Gold giggled. Senior, I appreciate your kindness. However, at this moment, I already have a plan for what to do next. Duan Lingtian was clearly rejecting Ji Ning-yoon's offer. What's your plan? Ji Ning-gyun asked curiously. What was his plan that was better than joining the dragons? One had to know that there were countless people who wanted to join the dragon clan. However, this young man did not seem to care about joining the dragons at all. However, when she thought about how this young man was stronger than Little White and Little Black even though he was not even 300 years old, she was not surprised. Indeed, this young man had the confidence to do so. Moreover, this young man seemed to be the direct successor of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Purgatory. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly at this moment. Chapter 3350. The Purgatory. Ji Ning-gyun's eyes widened. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would want to go to such a place. The Purgatory would not appear at any time. The Purgatory would only appear when the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods were forcefully sealed. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and each time it appeared, it would last for 1,000 years. This time, the Purgatory had appeared more than 200 years ago. It was said that every 10,000 years, the realms of gods would collide with each other and seal the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods. At the same time, the realms of gods would collide and form a realm battlefield. It was a place where people from the realms of gods would most likely die if they entered. The entrance to the realm battlefield was located in the realms of gods. Unless people from the Devata realms had a way to travel to the realms of gods, they would not be able to enter the realm battlefield. Legend had it that the collisions between the realms of gods and the appearance of the realm battlefield were the handiwork of supreme powerhouses. The various fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield were also left behind by supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses who stood at the peak of heaven and earth usually took pleasure in the realm battlefield. When the realm battlefield appeared in the realms of gods, two similar realm battlefields appeared in the Devata realms as well. They were the Purgatory battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was open to celestial lords and below celestial emperors. There were all kinds of fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. One could either obtain fortuitous encounters or exchange military merits for a chance to enter a secret realm. If one had sufficient military merits, one could obtain a chance to enter a secret realm. As for the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was a battlefield for celestial emperors. Many titled celestial emperors would enter the Nine Serenities battlefield to temper themselves and obtain outstanding military merits to become famous in the Devata realms. There were not many titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, but there were still quite a number of them. However, if a titled celestial emperor wanted to spread his presence in the Devata realms, the Nine Serenities battlefield was undoubtedly the best way to do so. Regardless of whether one entered the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, obtaining a certain amount of military merits could even allow one to obtain a military rank. Military ranks were awarded according to the upper limit of military merits, and not according to the military merits in hand. As long as one had obtained a certain military rank, even if one had used up all of it, the military rank that was originally obtained would still be added to the military merits of the military rank. People with high military ranks even had the opportunity to enter a secret realm every once in a while. That was a gift from the battlefield. Whether it's the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, the mastermind is a supreme powerhouse. In the eyes of a supreme powerhouse, whether it's the Purgatory battlefield, the Nine Serenities battlefield, or the realm battlefield in the realms of gods, it's just a game they play when they're bored. This was what the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the three battlefields are all planned by a group of supreme powerhouses. To them, the things they leave behind in the battlefields are treasures to ordinary people. However, to them, the things they leave behind are no different from trash. They use trash to attract a group of people to enter the battlefields. That's how they enjoy it. As for those extremely powerful experts, due to boredom, they would often gather together and use the people who entered the battlefield as the stakes for their bets. When Duan Lingtian first heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was slightly disgusted. After all, he did not like the feeling of being treated like a pawn or a puppet. However, After thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Perhaps, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he would also play this game out of boredom. At that time, whether it was celestials or gods, they would be nothing in their eyes. In fact, in the 3 battlefields, they would only be their toys. If you don't want to be treated like a pawn and be treated like a puppet, you'll have to reach that height yourself. The world-cleansing divine water's words were, without a doubt, a form of motivation for Duan Lingtian. Heaven and earth were merciless and treated all living beings like dogs. However, when one was above heaven and earth, there was no need for one to follow the rules of heaven and earth. Similarly, if one did not want to be treated like a pawn or a toy, one would have to reach the same height as the supreme powerhouses. Do you really plan to enter the purgatory battlefield? Ji Ningyun said solemnly, although there are many fortuitous encounters for celestial lords in the purgatory battlefield, those fortuitous encounters are much better than staying in a heaven-grade force or even a heavenly emperor's force. However, there are many benefits, and at the same time, the risks are also commensurate. There's only one way to obtain merit points in the purgatory battlefield, and that's to kill your opponent and obtain their merit point. Although you're strong and can even injure a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace, I'm sure you won't be able to use that technique every single time. Moreover, there are many titled celestial lords who are comparable to celestial emperors who have died in the purgatory battlefield. After all, there are many titled celestial lords in the purgatory battlefield who form small groups to hunt and kill the stronger titled celestial lords. If it's possible, even if you don't want to join the dragons, I hope you can join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang returns, he'll definitely nurture you as his successor. That way, you'll be able to improve your strength in a short time. Clearly, Ji Ningyun was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. Senior, you don't have to persuade me. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've made up my mind. The purgatory battlefield, even Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. They knew about the purgatory battlefield, but they had never thought of entering it since it was filled with dangers. Many titled celestial lords who were comparable to titled celestial emperors had died in there. Although you have the 2 Ning dragons, they're celestial emperors. Even if you hide them in your little world, you won't be able to bring them into the purgatory battlefield. The rules set by the supreme powerhouses won't allow them to enter the purgatory battlefield. Ji Ningyun continued to say, I don't plan to bring them into the purgatory battlefield. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had heard about this from the world-cleansing divine water. Even if the 2 Ning dragons and other celestial emperors were hidden in his little world, he would not be able to bring them into the purgatory battlefield. However, according to the world-cleansing divine water, it was possible to bring the 5 divine elements into the purgatory battlefield. Moreover, one could freely use the 5 divine elements' power. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the purgatory battlefield at all. Brother Lingtian, I'll go with you. Little Gold said earnestly to Duan Lingtian since she knew how dangerous the purgatory battlefield was. At this moment, her usual playfulness was nowhere to be seen. Brother Lingtian, I'll go with you as well. Little White chimed in. I'll go with Brother Lingtian as well. Little Black chimed in as well. Don't the 3 of you know how dangerous the purgatory battlefield is? Why are you joining in the fun? Ji Ningyun retorted. At this moment, she regretted letting Little White and Little Black out. If she had known the person they were looking for was a madman who wanted to enter the purgatory battlefield, she would not have allowed them to look for him. In the history of the dragons, many 9-clawed divine dragons who were titled celestial lords had perished in the purgatory battlefield. 2 of her childhood friends were among the 9-clawed divine dragons. Those 2 childhood friends were a pair of lovers, but in the end, they both died in the purgatory battlefield. Because of this, she was very repulsed by the purgatory battlefield. Not only had she never entered it, but she also didn't want Little White and Little Black to enter it. Both Little White and Little Black were the future hope of the Dragon Clan. After all, they had the potential to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. However, Ji Ningyun knew the tempers of these 2 little fellows very well. If she forcefully stopped them, it would only make them more sensitive. For this reason, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, I really don't think you should enter the purgatory battlefield unless you have the strength to defeat a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace. Otherwise, even if you're strong, it'll be difficult for you to come out alive. In the past, I had 2 childhood friends who were a couple. When they joined forces, their strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Even then, they still died in the purgatory battlefield. The purgatory battlefield is not only dangerous for titled celestial lords, but it's also dangerous to enter the secret realms that contain fortuitous encounters. If you insist on entering the purgatory battlefield, please help me persuade these 3 little fellows. Although Little Gold isn't a member of the dragons, she's still a treasure of the Blood Moon Ridge. If she follows you to the purgatory battlefield, my old man and I won't be able to explain ourselves to the Blood Moon Ridge. As for Little Black and Little White, they're the most likely to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. We can't afford to lose them. Ji Ningyun said. Senior, the purgatory battlefield is a fortuitous encounter for me. It's also a fortuitous encounter for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Duan Lingtian said to Ji Ningyun. It was not convenient for him to explain the strength of the 5 divine elements since he could not use the same strength to defeat Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace. However, if Little Black and the others wanted to enter the purgatory battlefield, he would not stop them. I'm begging you. What do you think? Ji Ningyun said, this time, it's my old man who saved you. Just treat it as returning the favor. What do you think? Duan Lingtian felt pressured when he heard Ji Ningyun's words through voice transmission. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, if you insist, what else can I say? Don't worry, leave it to me to persuade them. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ji Ningyun would bring up the matter of Ji Yunyan saving his life. Since the other party had said so, what else could he do? Chapter 3351. The 3 little fellows could be stubborn in front of Ji Ningyun, but it was impossible for them to be stubborn in front of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they had no choice but to obey Duan Lingtian. However, while they had no choice but to listen, they still had their own insistence. Big brother Lingtian, I'm worried that you'll be in danger. If we go with you, we'll be able to take care of each other. That way, you won't have to worry about anyone joining forces to deal with you. Brother Lingtian, if the 4th elder asks you to persuade us through voice transmission, you can just deal with her. At most, we'll sneak out to meet you after we return to the purgatory battlefield. Brother Lingtian, I still want to go with you. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth when he heard the 3 little fellows' voice transmission. Think about it yourselves. Duan Lingtian said to the 3 little fellows through voice transmission, I won't be leaving the Saint Province realm for the time being. I'll give you 3 years. If you really want to go with me, you can come to the Saint Province realm and look for me within 3 years. Once you're here, we'll set off. Duan Lingtian did not have anything to worry about when it came to the 3 little fellows. Although they had not seen each other for more than 200 years, he could clearly feel the feelings that the 3 little fellows had for him. Compared to the past, not only did their feelings for him not fade with the passage of time, but they had become even stronger. Even if the 3 little fellows knew about the 5 divine elements, they would not harm him. Duan Lingtian knew he would not be in danger when he entered the purgatory battlefield. If the 3 little fellows were willing to go with him, there would only be benefits and no harm. If he were to be selfish, he hoped the 3 little fellows would sneak out and enter the purgatory battlefield with him while he dealt with Ji Ningyun. As expected, when the 3 little fellows heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, a hint of light flashed in the depths of their eyes. They were already tempted. Now, with the indirect support of Duan Lingtian, they no longer needed to hesitate or consider. Before I came to this mundane realm with you, I communicated with the old man via voice transmission. After the matter in the boundless heaven is over, he will return to the dragons. Ji Ningyun looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin and said, So, you can spend some time with your big brother Lingtian. Yes. In order not to arouse Ji Ningyun's suspicion, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold stayed in the Saint Province realm for a period of time. During this time, they had become close friends with Huan Er. After all, no one disliked Huan Er's character. Even Ji Ning Yun got along well with Huan Er. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After exchanging soul pearls with Duan Lingtian, the 3 little fellows left the Saint Province realm with Ji Ning Yun and returned to the Wanshou heaven. Naturally, before they left, they sent messages to Duan Lingtian, telling him they would return soon. Senior Lian Qiu, Senior Du Xian, what do you plan to do next? After the 3 little fellows left, Duan Lingtian asked Lian Qiu and Du Xian. Since he and Huan Er would be entering the purgatory battlefield soon, he had to make sure Lian Qiu and Du Xian were safe before entering the purgatory battlefield. We plan to stay in the Saint Province realm for a period of time, Du Xian replied. Du Xian looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. She was extremely satisfied. We can only talk about the rest after you return from the purgatory battlefield. Although he and Lian Qiu were aware of the dangers in the purgatory battlefield, they were confident in their abilities. However, they were impressed by Duan Lingtian's confidence. Moreover, Lian Qiu had witnessed Duan Lingtian injuring Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. After all, Lei Ying was not an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Even Lian Qiu did not know how Duan Lingtian managed to injure her. For this reason, they were not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had asked their daughters to wait for him while he entered the heavenly pool palace alone. Based on this, they knew Duan Lingtian would not allow their daughters to follow him into the heavenly pool palace if he was not confident. With this thought in mind, they were even more relieved. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the following days, Huan Er spent most of her time with Du Xian and Lian Qiu. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, they traveled to every corner of the Saint Province realm. During this time, Huan Er would tell them about Duan Lingtian's experiences in the Saint Province realm. It was only at this time that Du Xian and Lian Qiu learned about Duan Lingtian's journey to the Saint Province realm was like a miracle. One of them was born in the Phantom Fox clan while the other was born in a prominent clan. After he rose to prominence, he joined the Heavenly Sword Mountain and was accepted as a disciple by a titled celestial emperor there. In just a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Duan Lingtian did not see Little Black and Little White. Instead, he saw Little Gold. Brother Lingtian, before I sneaked out, I contacted them. They said the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder of the Dragon's Clan are keeping a close eye on them. They don't stand a chance at all. Moreover, they don't dare to make any big moves. If they're discovered, they won't be able to escape. Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian, the Grand Elder told us to wait for them for a year. If they don't show up in a year, they won't be able to escape. At that time, we'll go to the purgatory battlefield ourselves. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was happy for Little Black and Little White. Based on the current situation, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Clan valued Little Black and Little White more than he had expected. This was a good thing for both Little Black and Little White. He was happy to see it happen. Then, we'll wait for them for a year. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, after a year, Little Black and Little White had yet to show up. Little Gold made a trip to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven to confirm that Little Black and Little White were unable to leave. After that, she had no choice but to travel to the purgatory battlefield with Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. There were entrances to the purgatory battlefield in all Devata realms. However, the exit was not fixed. Usually, one would be teleported to the Devata realm where they entered the purgatory battlefield. Brother Lingtian, that should be the entrance to the purgatory battlefield, Little Gold said as she looked at Little Gold. In the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor heaven, Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian as she looked at the 2-story building in front of them. It was Duan Lingtian's idea to use the purgatory battlefield in the Jade Emperor territory. After all, no matter which Devata realm one was in, the purgatory battlefield would be the same. All right. Duan Lingtian, Little Gold, and Duan Lingtian saw many buildings that resembled small altars. Currently, some of the altars were placed on top of the altars. After inscribing their names on the altars, they would be transported away. Brother Ling Tian, after we carve our names on these stone altars, we'll be teleported to the purgatory battlefield, Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian. When she was still in the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, she had studied the purgatory battlefield in detail. If there's someone with the same name as you in the Blood Moon Ridge, you won't be able to use your name. After entering the purgatory battlefield, if you kill someone in there, your military merits will be increased. If you want to see your military merits, you'll be able to see the ranking in the purgatory battlefield with just a thought. Of course, apart from your own military merits, you'll only be able to see the top 1,100 people in the purgatory battlefield. Those who are ranked in the top 1,100 will have the military rank of commander. Those who are ranked behind them will have the military rank of lieutenant. As for those who aren't ranked in the top 1,100, they'll only have military merits but no military rank. Their military ranks are based on the maximum number of military merits they can obtain. Even if they use up all their military merits, their military ranks won't change. Military merits can be exchanged for a chance to enter a secret realm. A large number of military merits can even be exchanged for a chance to enter a secret realm alone. After listening to Little Gold's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the purgatory battlefield. After all, he only knew a little about the purgatory battlefield. It seems like it's possible to enter the purgatory battlefield in groups. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw groups of 2 or 3 people walking up to the small altars. They wrote down their names at the same time before they were transported to the purgatory battlefield. It seemed like these people would stay together after entering the purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, why would they choose to enter the purgatory battlefield? Little Gold, they'll appear in the same place after entering the purgatory battlefield, right? Duan Lingtian asked Little Gold. Yes. Little Gold nodded. Then, she smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, if we want to appear in the same place after entering the purgatory battlefield, we'll have to choose the same transportation formation. As long as we don't take more than a breath to finish writing down our names, we'll definitely be transported to the same place. Otherwise, we might make a mistake. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Quan let's go together. Duan Lingtian and Little Gold went up to one of the stone altars. Then, under Little Gold's guidance, both of them wrote down their names before they were transported to the purgatory battlefield. When Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright, he discovered he was in a gloomy place. This place was shrouded in a layer of fog, blocking one's vision. One could not see too far ahead. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze when he heard the duo's voices. He tried to recite the words military merit in his heart. His name and military merit appeared in his mind. Duan Lingtian, 1 military merit. Ranking, 13765 th. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian could see a ranking. There were 1,100 names on the ranking list. Clearly, this was the ranking of the 1,100 people who had military ranks. Chapter 3352. His ranked 130,000 with only 1 military merit. Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold with a slight frown on his face. It seems like not many people have entered the purgatory battlefield. Although the purgatory battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was also filled with fortuitous encounters. Many people who were unable to become celestial emperors under normal circumstances had entered the purgatory battlefield and obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to become titled celestial emperor. Some of them had even made a name for themselves in the 9 Serenities battlefield after becoming titled celestial emperors. For this reason, there were many celestial lords who had entered the purgatory battlefield. Naturally, there were more celestial lords in the Devata realms. However, Duan Lingtian had just entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, and yet, he was ranked 130,000. This meant there were only about 130,000 people who had left their names on the 9 Serenities battlefield's military merit ranking. Brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Little Gold shook her head and said with a smile, "We're ranked 130,000 because many people who entered the purgatory battlefield and didn't obtain more than 2 military merit points would be removed from the military merit ranking. Apart from that, if someone didn't enter the purgatory battlefield for more than 100 years after obtaining more than 2 military merit points, their names would also be removed from the military merit ranking. Most of these people had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm and couldn't enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. For some reason, they couldn't enter the 9 Serenities battlefield within 100 years. If they wanted to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield after 100 years, they would have to start all over again. Currently, we're ranked 130,000. This means there are more than 100,000 people who obtained more than 2 military merit points in the past 100 years. Do you still think the number of people is low? Little Gold asked with a smile. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then it made sense for them to be ranked over 130,000 when they had just entered the purgatory battlefield. It was also enough to show how lively the purgatory battlefield was. Brother Lingtian, Little Gold said. Then, she continued to say, among the 1,100 people who are ranked at the top of the military merit ranking, it's not so bad for the 1,000 people who are ranked at the bottom. However, without exception, the first 100 people all relied on their own strength to kill their way up. Because, from lieutenant to commander, there's a bottleneck in terms of military merits. If Big Brother Ling Tian paid careful attention, it wouldn't be difficult to notice that those ranked 135th to 500th place on the military merits rankings all have the same military merits. When Duan Ling Tian heard Little Gold's words, he could not help but take another look at the military merit ranking. As expected, he noticed that among the 1,100 names on the military merit ranking, there were more than 400 people who had the same military merit ranking starting from the 135th place. This is because they haven't passed the advancement test of the purgatory battlefield. In the purgatory battlefield, when a person accumulates 1,000 points, there will be a bottleneck. Only by passing the purgatory battlefield's advancement test can their military points be raised to 2,000 points. What determines the ranking is the upper limit. If you don't break the upper limit, no matter how many people you kill in the purgatory battlefield, you won't be able to continue accumulating military merits. You can only obtain military merits in exchange for a chance to enter the secret territory. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the military merit ranking again and discovered that apart from the people ranked 135th to the 500th place who had 1,000 military merit points, the most outstanding among the over 40 people had 2,000 military merit points, while some of them had more than 1,000 military merit points. The 30 people ranked at the top all had 3,000 points. The 20 or so people in front of them all had 4,000 military merits. The 10 people ranked at the top all had 5,000 points. The 10 people ranked at the top all had 6,000 points. Only a few people had accumulated 7,000 military merits. Only 2 of them had accumulated 8,000 military merits. The upper limit of military points is a bottleneck every 1,000 points. Just like the 2 people who are ranked first and second on the military points list. Their military points show that they have 8,000 points, but in reality, they have already accumulated more than 10,000 points, or even more than 100,000 points. Little Gold continued, because they have to pass the purgatory battlefield's test to break the upper limit, it's difficult for a group of people. Is the test very difficult? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It gets harder as you progress. Moreover, you can only pass the test by yourself, Little Gold said. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the purgatory battlefield, the celestial lords will also break the upper limit. It's called passing the tribulation. The upper limit is 1,000 points. Once they pass the tribulation, even if they don't make it into the top 100 and become a commander, they're still considered a top lieutenant and can do whatever they want in the purgatory battlefield. Their strength is not much weaker than those commanders who have also broken the upper limit and made it into the top 100. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 1,000 points are called first-class commanders. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 2,000 points are called second-class commanders, and so on and so forth. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 7,000 points are called seventh-class commanders. Little Gold paused for a moment to allow Duan Lingtian to digest the information before she continued to say, Rumor has it that the two commanders are stronger than most titled celestial emperor. What? A level 7 commander is stronger than most titled celestial emperors? Duan Lingtian's pupils rapidly constricted as astonishment appeared on his face. Yes. Little Gold nodded. Then, she smiled wryly and said, when I first heard about this, I was shocked as well. After all, even a 7th class commander is a 10 directions celestial lord at most. No matter how powerful a 10 directions celestial lord is, they won't be able to fuse profundities. How strong can a 10 directions celestial lord be? Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. However, Little Gold's eyes glinted as she said solemnly, some celestial lords can't be judged by the standards of ordinary celestial lords. This is because some celestial lords have heaven-defying abilities. For example, the legendary 5 divine elements and other heaven-defying techniques. Among them, celestial lords who possess high-level 5 divine elements are the strongest. The 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Little Gold mention the 5 divine elements. There were celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. Little Gold continued to say, for example, the two commanders who have broken the upper limit of 7,000 points aren't ordinary celestial lords. In fact, ordinary celestial lords aren't even capable of breaking the upper limit of 4,000 points or 5,000 points. Even if a titled celestial lord has comprehended all the profundities from a lore to the mastery stage, it's still not enough for him to break through the 1,000 military merit points limit. Unless he's not a human but some other life form with other powerful techniques. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For example, celestial beasts like me, Little Black, and Little White. Of course, if Little Black, Little White, and I have comprehended all the profundities from the lore of heaven to the mastery stage and become 10 directions celestial lords, with our strength, it's possible for us to surpass the 2,000 merit points limit. However, I'm afraid only divine beasts like Huan can break the upper limit of 3,000 points. Little Gold looked at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian after she finished speaking. Little Gold continued to say, as for the upper limit, it's impossible for a non-human to break the upper limit. Unless one possesses the 5 divine elements or other similar techniques. Little Gold's eyes shone brightly. Little Gold's eyes lit up. For example, on the Purgatory Battlefield's military contribution ranking, most people suspect that they have the 5 divine elements in them. In fact, many people are trying to find out who they are so they can steal the 5 divine elements. However, it's almost impossible to find out who they are unless they're stupid enough to use their real names. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements won't use their real names. Under such circumstances, it's impossible to find them outside the Purgatory battlefield. As for those in the Purgatory battlefield, how many of them are afraid of the 5 divine elements? The Purgatory battlefield is their home, and they can use the power of the 5 divine elements as they wish. Moreover, in this Purgatory battlefield, as long as you think transform, you can transform into a different appearance. No matter if it's the appearance or the aura, it will undergo tremendous changes. No one can recognize you. Almost as soon as Xiao Jin's voice fell, her entire body had turned into a tall and sturdy stone person with a huge body. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Little Gold said softly, "Dispel the transformation." Little Gold returned to her original form immediately. The 5 divine elements. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, why didn't you tell me this earlier? You didn't ask me to enter the Purgatory battlefield just so I could obtain some fortuitous encounters, right? You wanted to use this opportunity to upgrade your form as well as theirs, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intention. "Yes. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want you to overthink it," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "No matter what, you still have a chance to regret your decision. After all, there are many people in the Purgatory battlefield who possess a form of the 5 divine elements. If we join forces, we might be able to deal with a 7th form 5 divine element. However, if it's an 8th form 5 divine element, it'll be difficult for us to deal with it even if we join forces. If we're lucky, we'll be fine. At this point, the world-cleansing divine water's voice turned grave. Once we're annihilated, you'll definitely be killed by the person who possesses the eighth form of the divine elements. Naturally, there might not be anyone in the purgatory battlefield who possesses an eighth form 5 divine element. Then, she added, however, I can only say that there might not be anyone in the purgatory battlefield who possesses an eighth form 5 divine element. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at Huan and Little Gold and said, Huan, Little Gold, let's go. Chapter 3353. Leave. Both Huan and Little Gold were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what decision Duan Lingtian made, she would support him unconditionally. Therefore, she did not have any doubts about his decision at all. However, Little Gold could not help but ask, Brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Why do you want to leave? At this moment, the 5 divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, thought Duan Lingtian was leaving the purgatory battlefield because he did not want to take the risk. Therefore, they respected Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian chose to enter the purgatory battlefield, they would have to take the risk as well. After all, they might encounter 7th form or 8th form 5 divine elements. I don't want to be the person you said is stupid enough to use my real name. Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold and shook his head with a smile. Huh. Little Gold was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Then, her eyes lit up. Brother Lingtian, do you mean you have the 5 divine elements as well? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Lingtian, why didn't you say so earlier? No. I should have told you earlier. Little Gold shook her head with a bitter smile on her face. How do we leave? Duan Lingtian asked. If we want to leave, we'll have to find a transportation point. Just think transportation point in your mind, and we'll be guided there. The reason the purgatory battlefield is so complicated and can't be teleported out with just a thought is to prevent people from leaving the purgatory battlefield if they encounter an opponent they can't defeat. Little Gold said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the thought of a transportation point immediately appeared in his mind. In the next moment, he noticed that there seemed to be an invisible will guiding him in a certain direction. Over there. The direction Little Gold pointed to was the direction Duan Lingtian had sensed the invisible will was leading them to. With this, Duan Lingtian and the others made their way to the transportation point. Duan Lingtian didn't know what the entire purgatory battlefield was like. He only knew that the place he passed through now was a dim world that couldn't see the slightest bit of light, and it caused one's mood to be unable to help but be slightly oppressed. As time passed, one couldn't help but become slightly irritable. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions finally arrived at the transportation formation. The stone platform hovering in the air was almost identical to the stone platform that was sent in from the outside. Let's go out. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Huan Duan Lingtian's names appeared on the stone table. Duan Lingtian. Huan Duan Xiao Jin. We only have 1 military merit now. After we leave, our names will be removed from the military merit list. If we have more than 2 military merits now, it will be more troublesome. We need to not enter the purgatory battlefield for 100 years before our names will be removed from the military merit list. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian and the others were transported out of the transportation point. Since they were transported together, they appeared in the same place after leaving the transportation point. Of course, they did not arrive at the teleportation point in the Jade Emperor Weave in the Jade Emperor Heaven that led to the purgatory battlefield. Instead, they appeared in the sky above a wasteland. Moreover, they appeared near 2 celestial emperors who were sparring. As soon as they appeared, the 2 celestial emperors stopped fighting. The sudden appearance of the 3 celestial emperors attracted the attention of the 2 celestial emperors. The 2 celestial emperors were middle-aged men who looked similar to each other. Their eyes were filled with lust when they looked at Huan. Let's go. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 celestial emperors indifferently. Then, He activated his spatial energy and prepared to leave with Huan and Little Jin. Duan Lingtian was the leader of the 3 celestial emperors. Now that he had activated his spatial energy, it was only natural that the 2 celestial emperors realized he was only a celestial lord. A celestial lord? Brother, why don't you let me choose first this time? I want the white-clad girl, and you can have the golden-clad girl. One of the celestial emperors, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, said with a grin on his face. Me. The green-clad middle-aged man scoffed. In your dreams. This girl in white, I want her. You can have the golden-clad girl. If you're not convinced, you can defeat me first. The green-clad middle-aged man said. The green-clad middle-aged man smiled awkwardly before he said, when you're tired of her, you can give her to me. We'll talk about it then. The green-clad middle-aged man said indifferently. However, let's kill that brat first. It's awkward to have a man around, the green-clad middle-aged man said with a chuckle. The green-robed middle-aged man chuckled again. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard the conversation between the 2 middle-aged men. His expression darkened when he saw the green-clad middle-aged man making a move. Then, he called out to the 5 divine elements in his little world and borrowed their energy. At the same time, the divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, appeared in his hand. It turned into a 7-colored ray of light as it pierced through the air. At the same time, he merged with the 7-colored sword ray. How dare a mere celestial lord like you make a move in front of me? The green-clad middle-aged man who had turned into a ball of fire charged toward Duan Lingtian. He did not expect a mere celestial lord would dare to make a move against him. However, when he got closer to his opponent, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. No! Impossible! It must be an illusion. Swoosh! When the 7-colored sword ray collided with the flames, Xiao Jin was shocked to see the 7-colored sword ray pierced through the flames and killed the Celestial Emperor on the spot. Moreover, after killing the Celestial Emperor, the 7-colored sword ray continued to charge toward the green-clad middle-aged man. Oh no! The green-clad middle-aged man did not even have the time to think about how a celestial lord could be so powerful when he saw his brother being killed. His first thought was to run away. However, when the thought of running away appeared in his mind, the 7-colored sword ray had already awakened. No, at this moment, he realized that it was impossible for him to run away. He could only take out his celestial artifact and activate all his energy to block the 7-colored sword ray. However, although he was slightly stronger than his brother, he was not that much stronger. His defense was nothing in front of the 7-colored sword light. It was easily broken through. Then, the 7-colored sword light enveloped his entire body. This is, before he died, he clearly discovered that in addition to the aura of the laws of space, there was also the aura of the laws of the 5 elements within the 7-colored sword ray. The aura of the law of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could be felt. How is this possible? Until his death, he still could not figure out how a single person could possess so many different types of laws. It did not make sense at all. After killing the green-clad middle-aged man, the 7-colored sword ray turned around and returned to Huan and Xiao Jin's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's figure reappeared. His purple robes were spotless. In his hand, the 3-foot-long blade wrapped in rainbow light also merged into his body at the right time. Brother Lingtian, you have 5 types of divine elements. Xiao Jin looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. She was right next to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not conceal the power of the divine elements. Therefore, she could clearly sense the power of 5 different types of laws. It was the aura of the law of the 5 elements. However, her brother Lingtian had comprehended the law of space. The sudden appearance of 5 different types of laws was undoubtedly the aura of the divine elements. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This is too inconceivable, right? Xiao Jin was dumbstruck. She couldn't imagine that someone could possess all 5 divine elements at the same time. This was something that she didn't even dare to think about. Brother Lingtian, how did you obtain them? Xiao Jin asked curiously. Let's look for the transportation point to the purgatory battlefield first. Let's go, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Jin noticed the calm expression on Huan Er's face. She was leaning against brother Ling Tian and holding onto his arm. Huan Er, you already knew? Xiao Jin asked in surprise. Yes. Since brother Ling Tian treated Xiao Jin like a younger sister, it was only natural for her to treat Xiao Jin like a younger sister as well, even if Xiao Jin was older than her. On their way to the transportation point, Duan Lingtian answered Xiao Jin's questions one by one. He had nothing to hide from Xiao Jin since he knew Xiao Jin would not harm him. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't think you'd be so lucky. 5 divine elements, and all of them are 6th form divine elements, are willing to stay in your body. Xiao Jin sighed emotionally. However, you might encounter danger in the purgatory battlefield. Others might not be able to detect the divine elements, but those who also possess the divine elements will be able to detect them. Xiao Jin's expression turned solemn as she spoke. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly. Don't just worry about me. Why don't you worry about those who possess the divine elements as well? They can steal the 5 divine elements in my body and let the 5 divine elements in their bodies devour the 5 divine elements in my body. Can't I let the 5 divine elements in my body devour the 5 divine elements in their bodies? Although the purgatory battlefield is dangerous, it's also a great opportunity for me. Furthermore, am I really that unlucky to have met someone who possesses the 8th form of the divine elements right from the start? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at the transportation point to the purgatory battlefield. Chapter 3354. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use his real name. Instead, he changed his name to Xia Feiwu. Xia Feiwu was named after Ke, a member of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. As for Fei, it was a homonym for Li Fei's Fei. As for Wu, it was a homonym for Feng Tianwu's Wu. As for Huan Er, she changed her name to Du Tianling. Naturally, her original surname was Lian after her father's surname. She changed her surname to Du, which was the same as her mother's surname. As for Tianling, it was a homonym for Ling Tian. As for Little Gold, she changed her name to Jin Yu. Her surname was Jin, and her surname was Yu from Blood Moon Ridge, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After all, Little Gold could be considered a member of Blood Moon Ridge. Xia Feiwu, Du Tianling, and Jin Yu. Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Huan Er entered the purgatory battlefield again under their pseudonyms. Their previous rankings had been erased. Naturally, even if they were not erased, no one would be able to see them except for the supreme experts. Of course, even if the ultimate powerhouses were the ones in charge of this game, it was basically impossible for them to look at those at the bottom of the rankings. Let's change our appearances as well, Duan Lingtian said to Huan Er and Little Gold. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian transformed into a young man who was about 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament. It was as though he was a young scholar who had walked out of a painting. He was completely different from the previous him. At the same time, Huan Er also transformed into a young girl in a long white dress. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Although she did not have the peerless elegance, she was still very cute and delicate. As for Xiao Jin, she simply transformed into a little girl wearing a light yellow dress. She looked no more than 10 years old and had 2 small braids on her head. She was delicate and cute. Ha. Even if Little Black and Little White are here, they won't be able to recognize us. Little Gold laughed. Of course. You've changed so much. Duan Lingtian also shook his head with a smile, and then said, in the future, let's communicate via voice transmission as much as possible. This was to prevent him from inadvertently revealing information about his original identity. Unless we can ensure the death of all those who have discovered traces of our original identities, there is still a potential threat. Yes, we'll communicate via voice transmission in the future. Xiao Jin responded. As for Huan Er, she naturally had no objections. Little gold. In this purgatory battlefield, military exploits are awarded. Whoever kills the person gets the military exploits. Duan Lingtian remembered that Xiao Jin had mentioned this before. Yes. Xiao Jin replied, whoever kills the person gets the military merit. Even if you want to give the military merit, it's best to injure the person to the point where he's on the verge of death and let someone else finish him off. Only then can the latter get the military merit. Otherwise, even if you leave after killing them, the military merit will still be yours. Xiao Jin sent a voice transmission to further confirm. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. In just a blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Lingtian, Huan and Xiao Jin entered the purgatory battlefield. However, during this month, they had only encountered a few people. Moreover, their opponents did not have much military merit. Although they were all killed by Duan Lingtian's ranking did not increase by much. In fact, he did not even enter the top 100,000. Little gold, let's head to the purgatory of myriad changes. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Jin. The purgatory of myriad changes was located at the center of the purgatory battlefield. It was also where most of the free secret realms appeared. For this reason, more than half of the people who entered the purgatory battlefield fought in the purgatory of myriad changes. Many people died in the purgatory of myriad changes every day. Of course, it was also because of this that it was the quickest place to gain military merits. The so-called free secret realms referred to secret realms that did not require military merit to enter. They would appear indiscriminately, and those who discovered them would be able to enter as soon as possible. When the number of people who entered the secret realms reached a certain number, the entrance to the secret realms would disappear. Those who entered the secret realms could seek their own fortuitous encounters while exploring the secret realms. In the purgatory of myriad changes, not only were there strong people who wanted to obtain more points, but there were also those who wanted to enter the secret realms to seek their own fortuitous encounters. In short, the purgatory of myriad changes could be said to be the heaven and hell of the purgatory battlefield. One could live or die with a single thought. Brother Lingtian, why don't we keep a low profile? Although the purgatory of myriad changes is vast, it's denser than other places. If we're unlucky and encounter someone with an 8th form divine element, how are you going to deal with them? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiao Jin disagreed. Based on her words, it was clear she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. If Brother Lingtian did not possess the 5 divine elements, it would be fine. Even if he was not as strong as he was now, at least he would not be targeted by those who possessed the 5 divine elements. Since Duan Lingtian possessed all 5 divine elements, those who possessed any of the 5 divine elements would definitely target him, unlike those who possessed the same 5 divine elements as their target. For example, in the purgatory of myriad changes, those who possessed the profound divine metal would only take the initiative to attack those who possessed the same profound divine metal. Those who possessed other 5 divine elements were no different from others in the eyes of the purgatory of myriad changes. After all, the purgatory of myriad changes would not be able to raise the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, if the purgatory of myriad changes died, it would be impossible for them to reside in the purgatory of myriad changes. The 5 divine elements were extremely prideful, and they were unwilling to reside in the same body with different divine elements. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's case was extremely rare. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's case was due to the fact that he had taken in the 5 divine elements when they were still in their lower forms. At that time, their arrogance had not fully manifested. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it was naturally arrogant as well. However, since the main branch of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's body had absorbed its master, the only divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods, it wanted to leave the ruins of a realm of gods as well. That was why it was willing to reside in Duan Lingtian's body with the other 5 divine elements. Moreover, at that time, she could only be considered as a latecomer. There might not be any 8th form 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Even if there is, so what? Don't tell me that I can't kill its host before it attacks the divine elements in my body. Without its master, it'll lose its master. At most, it'll be able to protect itself, but it won't be able to devour the 5 divine elements in my body. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. He had told the world-cleansing divine water about this before. Naturally, it would be very dangerous for him to encounter such a situation. He did not make it sound as casual as he made it sound. Not only did he want to comfort Xiao Jin, but he also wanted to comfort Huan Er. This was because he could feel Huan Er's grip on his arm tighten. She was clearly worried about his safety. How could he tell the truth under such circumstances? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I, Duan Lingtian, have never faced any difficulties before. Dangers. Fortune comes with danger. If anyone wants to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination. Purgatory of myriad transformations. With just a thought, the purgatory of myriad transformations would appear in one's mind. It was similar to the teleportation points. Moreover, the closer one got to the purgatory of myriad transformations, the stronger the feeling of being guided. Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Little Gold had been discussing this with each other. For this reason, the stronger the feeling, the more cautious they became. At the same time, in only a few days, they had already killed more than 10 people. This was even more than the number of people they had killed in the previous month. This should be the purgatory of myriad transformations. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that the dark wasteland he was in had suddenly transformed into a world filled with the color of blood. It was no longer a wasteland, but a mountain range. The towering mountains and steep ridges were covered in blood, as if they were dyed in blood. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be more than one person over there. Xiao Jin's gaze soon fell on the side of the mountain range, behind a mountain that was neither too high nor too low. As a top-notch immortal beast and a rodent immortal beast, Xiao Jin had a sense of smell that was different from ordinary immortal beasts and even divine beasts. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look. At this moment, a surprised voice rang from the mountain peak in the distance. We've been discovered. Brother Xian, that little girl doesn't seem human. Let alone humans, even ordinary celestial beasts won't be able to discover us. She must be a non-human with a keen sense of smell. As soon as the voices rang in the air, 4 figures appeared from behind the mountain peak. They were 4 young men dressed in identical green robes. Even their appearances were identical. Naturally, in the purgatory battlefield, even if they looked identical, it did not mean they were twins. They could use the purgatory battlefield's illusory technique to disguise themselves. Upon closer inspection, one could see the subtle differences between the 4 young men. Consider yourself unlucky to have encountered the 4 of us. One of the young men said with a grin before he took the lead and stepped out. The other 3 also stepped into the air and followed him like shadows. In the next moment, the 4 of them split into 4 directions and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. It was as though a strange connection had been formed between them. A formation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. We don't know who's the unlucky one here. Little Gold asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After confirming that none of them possessed the 5 divine elements, Little Gold was relieved. She smiled at the 4 of them. Chapter 3355. In the Purgatory battlefield, no immortal talismans could be used, including communication immortal talismans. However, immortal weapons and divine weapons could be used. At this moment, the 4 young men surrounding Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions each took out an immortal weapon. 2 of them wielded swords, 1 wielded a saber, and the last one wielded a spear. Wang, wang, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 young men took the initiative to attack. In the Purgatory battlefield, survival was the most important thing. Everything else was meaningless. Therefore, in the Purgatory battlefield, one could either live peacefully or be killed. The 4 young men combined their attacks in a mysterious way. The power they unleashed shocked Duan Lingtian. It was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary celestial emperor. However, this level of attack was nothing to Duan Lingtian. You can only consider yourselves unlucky to have met me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 4 young men indifferently before he casually took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword. While the spatial energy wreaked havoc, he also unleashed the power of the 5 divine elements. Of course, he hadn't borrowed much of the 5 divine elements' power, so it wouldn't affect his ability to borrow power later on. After all, the 5 divine elements were in his lesser world. With the high-grade heaven and earth spiritual energy from the ruins of the realm of gods, they could recover quickly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword. Without any fancy moves, he simply swung his sword horizontally. A 7-colored light whizzed out and collided with the joint attack of the 4 young men in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, swoosh! Swoosh! The sword ray that shot out from the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a 7-colored flood. It was vast and vigorous, instantly destroying the combined attack of the 4 young men. The terrifying energy roared and transformed into a bloody mouth that tried to devour the 4 young men. The law of space and the law of 5 elements. It's the 5 divine elements. 5 divine elements. Based on Duan Lingtian's strange attacks, they were certain Duan Lingtian possessed more than one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, he possessed 5 of them. However, before they could even open their mouths, the rainbow-colored sword light had already annihilated them, wiping them all out. Brother Lingtian, these 4 young men should have quite a lot of merit points, right? They seem to be quite strong. Little Jin asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at his merit points and said, Little Jin's merit points, I've made it into the top 10,000. As for their combined strength, they're comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Duan Little Jin. So little? Little Jin was slightly disappointed. Their combined strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. In the purgatory battlefield, that's considered quite a feat. I didn't expect the 4 of them to contribute so much merit points to you, Brother Lingtian. You're only able to make it into the top 10,000. They must have just entered the purgatory battlefield. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. All right, let's take advantage of the terrain and find a place to hide. It's best if we can ambush them. Duan Lingtian said to Little Jin. As for Huan, she would follow him wherever he went. The terrain of the purgatory of 10,000 changes would change every once in a while. Moreover, not everyone in the purgatory of 10,000 changes would end up in the same place. Sometimes, only 2 groups of people would end up in the same place. Other times, many groups of people would end up in the same place. Just like earlier. Duan Lingtian, and Huan suddenly discovered that the terrain they were standing on had changed. However, the 4 young men's location remained the same. It was Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan who had entered the terrain where the 4 young men were. Now that Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan were hiding, they would either be sent to the next terrain or be sent to the next one. As for Duan Lingtian's suggestion of finding a place to hide, it was to prevent anyone from being sent here. However, they did not take advantage of the terrain. They are here. Not long after Duan Lingtian, Little Jin, and Huan hid behind a mountain peak, the sharp-eyed Little Jin looked to the left and said, There are 2 people over there. There's someone over there. Duan Lingtian, Little Jin, and Huan Duan Lingtian, noticed that there was someone on the right as well. The 2 groups of people faced each other as soon as they appeared. 1 against 2. Little Jin's eyes lit up. Since he dares to come here alone, he must be strong. I wonder how strong he is and if he's a match for the 2 young men. We'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. You're lucky. It's a 5th form Chaos Divine Flame. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian quickly shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man who was standing alone. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long green robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a huge saber appeared in his hands. Moreover, he had also comprehended the law of fire. The other 2 young men were quite strong as well. Their combined strength was close to that of a celestial emperor. In terms of combat strength, they were considered outstanding among celestial lords. Wang, 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 Wang. As soon as the middle-aged man attacked, he unleashed a flaming blade light. At this time, he had not used the power of the chaotic divine flame in his body. A fifth form chaos divine flame won't be able to detect you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Although the world-cleansing divine water had told him this before, he only had a vague impression of it. From the beginning until now, the middle-aged man had not looked in Duan Lingtian's direction at all. It was clear the fifth form chaos divine flame had not detected the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body. Ever since you entered the purgatory battlefield, we've been concealing our auras. Unless you make a move, the 5 divine elements won't be able to detect us, the world-cleansing divine water said. For example, the 5 divine elements will be able to detect the chaos divine flame if they're in the same form as the chaos divine flame. However, only a 7th form chaos divine flame would be able to detect the 4 of us. It's the same for us. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water might be able to detect us, but it won't be able to detect them. Only a 7th form world-cleansing divine water would be able to detect us. The world-cleansing divine water explained in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Those 2 young men won't be a match for him. The 5th form chaos divine flame will be able to enhance his strength by quite a bit. The middle-aged man's voice seemed to echo the voice of the chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's little world. Initially, he was at a disadvantage. However, when his opponents let their guard down, he secretly used the chaos divine flame's power and unleashed it at a critical moment. Boom! Rumble! In just a blink of an eye, the 2 young men were killed by the middle-aged man. Their spatial rings were collected by the middle-aged man. As for the military merit points, they were, naturally, transferred to the middle-aged man. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Little Gold and led Huan out of the encirclement. He did not want to miss out on this opportunity to gain merit points and help the Chaos Divine Flame in his little world devour the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame. As for the middle-aged man, he had also discovered them immediately. Another 3 people who want to die. After discovering Duan Lingtian and the other 2, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed like lightning. Without wasting any time, he immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 2 before he withdrew his flame energy. The middle-aged man was a 10 Directions celestial lord who had comprehended all profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Coupled with the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame, his strength was even stronger than the 4 young men who knew how to cast a joint attack formation that Duan Lingtian had killed earlier. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about the Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body at all. Thanks. When the middle-aged man charged forward, Duan Lingtian grinned at him, revealing a pair of snow-white teeth. At the same time, it caused the middle-aged man to be baffled. Thanks. What's there to thank me for? Brat, do you think you can take my military merit points just because there are 3 of you? The middle-aged man said disdainfully. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. He brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. No. You've misunderstood. I'm not only thanking you for giving me military merit points. At the same time, I want to thank you for giving me the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian grinned. You noticed? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He thought Duan Lingtian had discovered the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. He only realized what was going on when the Chaos Divine Flame in his body cried out. Run! Run! He has a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. The Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body cried out. I can't help you in your battle with him. The middle-aged man was taken aback when the Chaos Divine Flame said anxiously, It's too late. Quick! Kill him now. Kill him before his Chaos Divine Flame devours me. He might not be as strong as you. It was obvious that the Chaos Divine Flame wanted the Chaos Divine Flame in Duan Lingtian's body to lose its host. That way, the middle-aged man would be able to escape. Without a host, the 5 divine elements would not be able to devour the weaker 5 divine elements as long as the latter had a host. This was because the host of the 5 divine elements could do their best to help the 5 divine elements in their body repel the 5 divine elements. A 6th form Chaos Divine Flame? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, He realized the danger he was in. He quickly attacked with all his might. Flaming sabers shot out and formed a net that shrouded Du and Lingtian. If the Chaos Divine Flame in his body devoured the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, he would definitely die. Moreover, if the Chaos Divine Flame in his body successfully devoured the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, he would not be able to escape death even if he killed the middle-aged man. The Chaos Divine Flame might not choose to reside in his body. If it chose to reside in the bodies of the other two, he would still die. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.